safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas, which flooded our nation with lethal poison, responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, the many, many Americans. Hundreds of thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil. Right now, they're on a ship they'll be heading to, ultimately, New York, and then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida. But we have people where the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law. And I've seen it. I've seen what we have. It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. And you all saw it. In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs that inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over in particular the United States, Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang Tren de Aragua, to terrorize American communities nationwide. And he did indeed. They were in Colorado. They took over apartment complexes. They cut the fingers off people if they call police. They were brutal, but they're not so brutal now. And I just have to congratulate our military, Pete, and everybody, and our National Guard, because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city, where it was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, frankly, and now we have no crime in Washington, D.C. We haven't had a killing. We had the terrorist attack a few weeks ago, a little bit of a different kind of a threat, but we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have two, on average, 2 a week in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore. The restaurants are opening. Everyone's happy. They're walking their daughters. They're walking their children, their wives. They walk to restaurants. Restaurants are opening all over Washington, D.C. So I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank our military. And I want to thank law enforcement. Been amazing. And they should do it with more cities. We're doing it, as you know, and we're doing it in Memphis, Tennessee right now, and crime is down. We've just sort of started a few weeks ago, but crime is down now 77%. And the governor of Louisiana called, great person, and he wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice part of Louisiana. And we have done that. And it was a rough section, and we have crime down. I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks. New Orleans, it's down to almost nothing. And we've only been there for 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help. We also helped, as you know, in Chicago, and crime went down a little bit there. We did a very small help because we had no working ability with the governor. The governor was a disaster, and the mayor was a disaster. But it knocked down crime. But we're pulling out of there. When they need us, we'll know. You'll know. You'll be writing about it. And likewise, Los Angeles, where we saved Los Angeles early on, where the head of the police department made us, if the federal government didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. That's long after the fires. That's when they had the riots in Los Angeles. We did a great job. Got no credit for it whatsoever, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. We don't need the credit. But we'll be pulling out when they need us. They'll call, or we'll go back if we have to. We'll go back. But we did a great job in various cities. But the place that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C., because it's our nation's capital. We took it from being a crime-ridden mess to being one of the safest cities in the country. But the gangs that they sent raped, tortured, and murdered American women and children. They were in all of the cities I mentioned, Tren de Aragua. And they were sent by Maduro to terrorize our people, and now Maduro will never again be able to threaten an American citizen or anybody from Venezuela. There will no longer be threats. For years, I've highlighted the stories of those innocent Americans whose lives were so heartlessly robbed by this Venezuelan terrorist organization. Really one of the worst. One of the worst, they say the worst. Americans like 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungari from Houston. Beautiful Jocelyn Nungari, what happened to her? They, as you know, they kidnapped, assaulted, and murdered by Tren de Aragua animals. They murdered Jocelyn and left her dead under the bridge. There was a bridge that will never be the same to so many people after seeing what happened. As I've said many times, the Maduro regime emptied out their prisons, sent their worst and most violent monsters into the United States to steal American lives. And they came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They came from prisons and jails. The reason I say both, they sound similar. Actually, prisons a little bit more hostile, a little bit tougher. A mental institution isn't as tough as an insane asylum, but we got them both. They sent from their mental institutions. They sent from their jails, prisons. They were drug dealers. They were drug kingpins. They sent everybody bad into the United States. but no longer. And we have now a border where nobody gets through. In addition, Venezuela unilaterally seized and stole American oil, American assets, and American platforms, costing us billions and billions of dollars. They did this a while ago, but we never had a president that did anything about it. They took all of our property. It was our property. We built it. And we never had a president that decided to do anything about it. Instead, they fought wars that were 10,000 miles away. We built Venezuela oil industry with American talent, drive, and skill, and the socialist regime stole it from us during those previous administrations, and they stole it through force. This constituted one of the largest thefts of American property in the history of our country. Considered the largest theft of property in the history of our country. Massive oil infrastructure was taken like we were babies, and we didn't do anything about it. I would have done something about it. America will never allow foreign powers to rob our people or drive us back into and out of our own hemisphere. That's what they did. Furthermore, under the now deposed dictator Maduro, Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region and acquiring menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night. Potentially in league with the cartels operating along our border. All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries, and not anymore. All the way back, it dated to the Monroe Doctrines, and the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal, but we've superseded it by a lot, by a real lot. They now call it the Monroe Document. I don't know. It's Monroe Doctrine. We sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Won't happen. So just in concluding, for decades, other administrations have neglected or even contributed to these growing security threats in the Western Hemisphere. Under the Trump administration, we are reasserting American power in a very powerful way in our home region. And our home region is very different than it was just a short while ago. The future will be, and we did this in my first term. We had great dominance in my first term, and we have far greater dominance right now. Everyone's coming back to us. The future will be determined by the ability to protect commerce and territory and resources that are core to national security. These are core to our national security. Just like tariffs are, they've made our country rich, and they've made our national security stronger than ever before. But these are the iron laws that have always determined global power. And we're going to keep it that way. We will secure our borders. We will stop the terrorists. We will crash the cartels, and we will defend our citizens against all threats, foreign and domestic. Other presidents may have lacked the courage or whatever to defend America, but I will never allow terrorists and criminals to operate with impunity against the United States. This extremely successful operation should serve as warning to anyone who would threaten American sovereignty or endanger American lives. Very importantly, the embargo on all Venezuelan oil remains in full effect. The American Armada remains poised in position, and the United States retains all military options until United States demands have been fully met and fully satisfied. All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist, Maduro, is finally gone, and Venezuela people are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free. America is a safer nation. This morning, It's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this horrible person and this country that was doing very bad things to us. It didn't allow it to happen. And the Western Hemisphere is right now a much safer place to be. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank General Raisin Kane. He's a fantastic man. I've worked with a lot of generals. I worked with some I didn't like. I worked with some I didn't respect. I worked with some that just weren't good. But this guy is fantastic. I watched last night one of the most precise attacks on sovereignty. I mean, it was an attack for justice. And I'm very proud of him, and I'm very proud of our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who I'm going to ask to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, can you explain how the U.S. will run Venezuela?
Well, thank you, Mr. President.
Welcome in, everyone. Before this fucking ugly-ass dude starts talking, let me say hi, everyone. Welcome in. My name is Angelina Tucci. We are live covering what is happening in Venezuela, what has happened to Maduro, what has happened to the global world peace. We are entering, possibly, the engine has been primed for World War III. The global engine has been primed for World War III. Anyways, how are you doing, everyone? Let me know in the chat. We will be watching this all day.
To our chairman, Dan Raisin Kane, and all those Americans who stood watch last night. Our warriors are the elite of America, and again, President Trump has your back. No other country on planet Earth, and it's not even close, could pull this kind of operation off. And no other president has ever shown this kind of leadership, courage, and resolve, the most powerful combination the world has ever seen. As the president said, our adversaries remain on notice. America can project our will anywhere, anytime. The coordination, the stealth, the lethality, the precision, the very long arm of American justice, all on full display in the middle of the night. Nicolas Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance. Until they didn't, and until he didn't. He effed around, and he found out. President Trump is deadly serious about stopping the flow of gangs and violence to our country. Deadly serious about stopping the flow of drugs and poison to our people. Deadly serious about getting back the oil that was stolen from us. And deadly serious about reestablishing American deterrence.
Homie just tried to make fuck around and find out a thing again. And it's like, stop. Stop trying to make fetch happen, Pete. Stop literally trying to make fuck around and find out a thing, okay? You're not a strong man.
Is peace through strength. And the United States War Department is proud to help deliver it. Welcome to 2026. And under President Trump, America is back. I'd like to welcome now our Chairman Raisin Kane, to give a few more details about the operation. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. Last night, on the order of the President of the United States and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, as the President said, the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolas and Cecilia Maduro. This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted during the darkest hours of January 2nd and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal, an operation that, frankly, only the United States military could undertake. What I'd like to do this morning is talk to you through some of the preparation and the details without compromising any of our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There is always a chance that we'll be tasked to do this type of mission again. Our interagency work began months ago and built on decades of experience of integrating complex air, ground, space, and maritime operations. While the past 2 decades have honed the skills of our special operations forces, this particular mission required every component of our joint force, with soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians working in unison with our intelligence agency partners and law enforcement teammates in an unprecedented operation. We leveraged our unmatched intelligence capabilities and our years of experience in hunting terrorists. And we could not have done this mission without the incredible work by various intelligence agencies, including the CIA, NSA, and NGA. We watched, we waited, we prepared, we remained patient and professional. This mission was meticulously planned, drawing lessons from decades of missions over the last many years, many missions over these last many years. This was an audacious operation that only the United States could do. It required the utmost of precision and integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission. An extraction so precise it involved more than 150 aircraft launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose: to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise. Failure of one component of this well-oiled machine would have endangered the entire mission. And failure
Look at poor little Nicolas Maduro. Poor little Nicolas Maduro in his fucking Nike sweats, cuffed, blindfolded. Like, man, that poor man. Reminder, this dude was a bus driver. This dude was a bus driver before he became a dictator.
And understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets. In early December, our force was set pending a series of aligned events. Key was choosing the right day to minimize the potential for civilian harm and maximize the element of surprise and minimize the harm to the indicted personnel, so as the president said, they could be brought to justice. And as the president said earlier today, weather in Venezuela is always a factor this time of the year. And over the weeks through Christmas and New Year's, the men and women of the United States military sat ready, patiently waiting for the right triggers to be met and the president to order us into action. Last night, the weather broke just enough, clearing a path that only the most skilled aviators in the world could maneuver through. Ocean, mountain, low cloud ceilings. But when tasked with a mission, this organization does not quit. At 10:46 p.m. Eastern Time last night, the president ordered the United States military to move forward with this mission. He said to us, and we appreciate it, Mr. President, good luck and Godspeed. And those words were transmitted to the entire joint force. Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew member was 20, and our oldest crew member was 49. And there's simply no match for American military might. As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuelan shores, the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, and the Air National Guard. The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, EA-18s, E-2s, B-1 bombers, and other support aircraft, as well as numerous remotely piloted drones. As the force began to approach Caracas, the Joint Air Component began dismantling and disabling the air defense systems in Venezuela, employing weapons to ensure the safe passage of the helicopters into the target area. The goal of our air component is, was, and always will be to protect the helicopters and the ground force and get them to the target and get them home. As the force crossed the last point of high terrain where they'd been hiding in the clutter, we assessed that we had maintained totally the element of surprise. As the helicopter force ingressed towards the objective at low level, we arrived at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 2:01 a.m. Caracas local time, and the apprehension force descended into Maduro's compound and moved with speed, precision, and discipline towards their objective and isolated the area to ensure the safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. On arrival into the target area, the helicopters came under fire, and they replied with that fire with overwhelming force in self-defense. One of our aircraft was hit but remained flyable, and as the President said earlier today, all of our aircraft came home, and that aircraft remained flyable during the rest of the mission. As the operation unfolded at the compound, our air and ground intelligence teams provided real-time updates to the ground force, ensuring those forces could safely navigate the complex environment without unnecessary risk. The force remained protected by overhead tactical aviation. Maduro and his wife, both indicted, gave up and were taken into custody by the Department of Justice, assisted by our incredible U.S. military with professionalism and precision, with no loss of U.S. life. After securing the indicted persons, the force began to prep for departure. Helicopters were called in to exfiltrate the extraction force, while fighter aircraft and remotely piloted aircraft provided overhead coverage and suppressive fire. There were multiple self-defense engagements as the force began to withdraw out of Venezuela. The force successfully exfiltrated and returned to their afloat launch bases, and the force was over the water at 3:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with indicted persons on board. And both Maduro and his wife were embarked aboard the USS Iwo Jima. In closing, what we've witnessed today is a powerful demonstration of America's joint force. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we debrief, we rehearse again and again, not to get it right, but to ensure that we cannot get it wrong. Our jobs are to integrate combat power so when the order comes, we can deliver overwhelming force at the time and the place of our choosing against any foe anywhere in the world. I am immensely proud today of our joint force and filled with gratitude to represent them here today. There is simply no mission too difficult for these incredible professionals and the families that stand by them and support them. As we stand here this morning, our forces remain in the region at a high state of readiness, prepared to project power, defend themselves, and our interests in the region. This operation is a testament to the dedication and unwavering commitment to justice and our resolve to hold accountable those who threaten peace and stability. In closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women who executed this mission. Their courage and tireless commitment to our nation are what makes us strong. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. President.
Well, I don't have much to add to what you've heard now, other than the following points. Nicolas Maduro was indicted in 2020 in the United States. He is not the legitimate president of Venezuela. That's not just us saying it. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second Trump administration, none of those three recognized him. He's not recognized by the European Union and multiple countries around the world. He is a fugitive of American justice with a $50 million reward, which I guess we saved $50 million. And
make sure.
Yeah, exactly. But
don't let anybody claim it. Nobody deserves it but us.
But I want to be clear about one thing. Nicolas Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this. He was provided multiple very, very, very generous offers. and chose instead to act like a wild man, chose instead to play around. And the result is what we saw tonight. The other message here is the following. You have a guy, like many people around the world, they like to play games. You have a guy who decides he's going to invite Iran into his country, is going to, do the confiscation of American oil companies, is going to flood our country with gang members, is going to take Americans prisoner and try to hold them for hostage and trade them like he was able to do with the Biden administration. Basically likes to play games all this time and thinks nothing's going to happen. And I hope what people now understand is that we have a president. The 47th president of the United States is not a game player. When he tells you that he's going to do something, when he tells you he's going to address a problem, he means it. He actions it. I can tell you, I've watched this process now for 14, 15 years, been around it. Everybody talks. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. When I get there, we're going to do this. We're going to take. This is a president of action. Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is the way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences. And, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. And this is something that was a direct threat to the national interest of the United States, and the president addressed it. There's a president of peace, by the way. I told you what I just said earlier. This guy had multiple opportunities to find his way somewhere else and figure out another. He could have been living somewhere else right now, very happy, but instead he wanted to play big boy. And so now, he's got other sets of problems on his hands. And but I think the message here should be for the world. Look, the president doesn't go out looking for people to pick fights with. He's not generally wants to get along with everybody. We'll talk and meet with anybody, but don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office, because it's not going to turn out well. And so I hope that I guess that lesson was learned last night, and we hope it'll be instructive moving forward.
Is that a message for Cuba? Mr. President.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Mr. President. Running the country. Mr. President. Mr. President.
Mr. President. You said that the U.S. is going to run Venezuela. So who's in power right now?
Well, we're going to be running it with a group, and we're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which requires
This is crazy. Marco Rubio's entire explanation for everything was crazy. It's just about speaking softly and carrying a big stick. That's crazy.
Actually a minor flow for what they have. But we're going to run it properly, and we're going to make sure the people of Venezuela are taken care of. We're going to make sure the people that were forced out of Venezuela
I don't know about that.
This thug are also taken
We
care
left
of.
them. We bombed them, took their leader, and left them. People are injured there, are they not?
Evacuating the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, they always say boots on the ground. So we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it.
Yeah, it was a special operation, not just straight up Marines landing on the beach and going in.
This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. Could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper.
Trump is saying it could have been like Black Hawk Down.
We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody.
We're going to pay off Venezuelans?
They stole our oil. We built that whole industry there, and they just took it over like we were nothing, and we had a president that decided not to do anything about it. So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, will you explain the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
It's all being done right now.
It should have been done beforehand. That means Trump has no plans to reinstall democracy into Venezuela.
It's largely going to be for a period of time. The people that are standing right behind me, we're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead. I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world.
He's just using this to puff himself up, to flex his other wins. to, you know, he's has his major W right now, and he's throwing in that, you know, DC is no more crime ridden. He's throwing in that he's fixed all of these things. The country was in, you know, terrible circumstances apparently a year and a half ago. It's not. It's all to make him look good.
Make a lot of money for the people and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
No, we're going to give the Venezuelan migrants. Oh my God, Cubans are going to be so jealous, bro. Cubans are going to be so jealous. That's what they want. They want the government, the communist governments, to reimburse them. That's crazy.
So Marco's working on that directly. He just had a conversation with her, and she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
No.
Mr. President, Colombian President Gustavo Petro, you know, a couple weeks ago, you said he's got to watch his ass. And today he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So just what your message is about that.
He has cocaine mills. He has factories where he makes cocaine. And yeah, I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine. They're sending it into the United States. So he does have to watch his ass.
Damn. This is the strongest president. This is the manosphere president they want.
Call members of Congress immediately after.
Here we go, Marco Rubio again.
You can do congressional notification on. It was a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night. We watched and monitored that for a number of days. So it's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days. But it's largely a law enforcement function. Remember, at the end of the day, at its core, this was an arrest of 2 indicted fugitives of American justice. And the Department of War supported the Department of Justice in that job. Now, there are broader policy implications here. But it's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission.
Plus, if I could add one thing to that, Congress has a tendency to leak. This would not be good.
Congress has it. So that's why he's justifying not asking Congress to, you know, for powers to move military action. Stardust said, thank you, Stardust. I hope you're doing well and having a fantastic Saturday morning. I sure am. He has to watch his ass. That's crazy. That's crazy for one politician to be saying that to, I mean, like, world leaders, you know? Every other little small dictator or small, it's everyone's got to watch their ass. It's crazy.
And he wasn't able to make it to the door because our guys were so fast. They went through the opposition so fast, and there was a lot of opposition. You know, people were wondering, do we get them by surprise? Sort of surprised, but they were waiting for something. It was a lot of opposition. There was a lot of gunfire. You saw some of it today. But he was trying to get to his safe place, which wasn't safe because we would have had the door blown up in about 47 seconds, they say on average, regardless of how thick the steel was. It was a very thick door. It was a very heavy door, but he was unable to get to that door. He made it to the door. He was unable to close it. Go ahead, finish.
Where is Maduro going to be in the time being right now? Do you know his exact whereabouts?
Well, eventually, ultimately, in the near future, he's going to be brought to New York.
And where is he going to be held? Where is he going to be held in New York? Do you know?
That's going to be up to
bro. So we don't even know where he's at. He could be in Guantanamo Bay.
President, the U.S. has something of a mixed track record of ousting dictators without necessarily a plan for what comes afterwards. Did that weigh on your decision?
Well, that's when we had different presidents, but with me, that's not true. With me,
wow.
We've had a
Trump said it's going to be different this time.
We win a lot, and we win. If you look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, you look at the Midnight Hammer. Midnight Hammer was incredible. Right now, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. We have essentially peace in the Middle East because of that. If we weren't successful with Midnight Hammer, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. So, with me, you've had a lot of victory. You've had only victories. You've had no losses. Yeah.
President, can you? How long do you expect the U.S. to run Venezuela, and how soon do you want Venezuelan people to hold elections?
So I'd like to do it quickly, but it takes a period of time. You know, we're rebuilding. We have to rebuild their whole infrastructure. The infrastructure is rotted. It's actually very dangerous. It's blow-up territory. Oil is very dangerous. It's a very dangerous thing to take out of the ground. can kill a lot of people. It has killed a lot of people doing just that. The infrastructure is old. It's rotted. Much of it is stuff that we put there 25 years ago.
Not even 25 years ago.
And we're going to take a
It's
lot
like
of
30
money
years
out
ago,
so
brother.
that we can take care of the country. Yeah.
Are you saying that Secretary Rubio and
Mr. President, China, Russia, and Iran have interests in Venezuela. How does this operation affect your relationships with them when it comes to the oil and the drugs?
And Russia, Russia when we get things straightened out. But in terms of other countries that want oil, we're in the oil
he just
business.
admitted his relationship with Putin is on the rocks. Relationship with Putin is not well.
Because they couldn't produce very much because their infrastructure was so bad. So we'll be selling large amounts of oil to other countries, many of whom are using it now, but I would say many more will come.
Are you saying, Mr. President, are you saying that, Mr. President, are you saying that?
Mr. President, thank you. What is your message to the people of Venezuela today? Of course, the civilian population specifically, they have a lot of questions. What is your message to the people of Venezuela?
That you're going to have peace, justice. You're going to have some of the riches that you should have had for a long period of time. It was stolen from you. But you're going to have peace and you're going to have safety. You're going to have justice. You're going to have a country. You're going to have a real country. You're going to have potentially a great country. You know, if you go back 20 years, maybe even a little longer ago, that was a great country. And they destroyed it. Remember I said that if we lose this election, the United States will
He's
be
not wrong.
Venezuela
is like one of the most wealthiest, or was one of the most wealthiest Latin American countries historically. It's just literally Hugo Chavez effed everything up.
What Joe Biden did to our country should never be forgotten. But if we had to go through another year of that, we would be exactly where Venezuela was. In terms, I used to say, if they win, we're going to be Venezuela on steroids, and that's what would have happened.
President, thank you. Are you saying that Secretary Hegseth and Rubio are going to be running Venezuela, and will you be sending in U.S. military troops to provide?
Team that's working with the people of Venezuela to make sure that we have Venezuela right. Because for us to just leave, who's going to take over? I mean, there is nobody to take over. You have a vice president who's been appointed by Maduro. And right now she's the vice president, and she's, I guess, the president. She was sworn as president just a little while ago. She had a long conversation with Marco, and she said, we'll do whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious, but
that's literally what Maduro said, right?
Done right. We're not going to just do this with Maduro, then leave like everybody else, leave and say, let it go to hell. If we just left, it has zero chance of ever coming back. We'll run it properly. We'll run it professionally. We'll have the greatest oil companies in the world go in and invest billions and billions of dollars and take out money, use that money in Venezuela. And the biggest beneficiary are going to be the people of Venezuela. And also,
that's literally what Hugo Chavez, that's literally what Maduro, the Venezuelan oil money has already been benefiting the people. That's crazy. It's not going to be for the people. It's going to be for American companies. This is, like Evo Morales said, American Yankee imperialism. Damn.
And we let them know that you better not touch one of them.
Are you concerned that bad elements of the Maduro regime will remain in place?
Well, we know who they are. We're on them. And they're acting much differently now than they would have acted 2 days ago. Okay, wait. Behind you, please.
Mr. President, why is running a country in South America America first?
Well, I think it is because we want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability. We want to surround ourselves with energy. We have tremendous energy in that country. It's very important that we protect it. We need that for ourselves. We need that for the world. And we want to make sure we can protect it. Yes, sir. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, is there a message here for Cuba and Diaz-Canel?
Well, Cuba is an interesting case. Cuba is, not doing very well right now. That system has not been a very good one for Cuba. The people there have suffered for many, many years. And I think Cuba is going to be something we'll end up talking about because Cuba is a failing nation right now.
Marco Rubio is going to be Cuba's savior. That's crazy.
In the sense that we want to help the people in Cuba, but we want to also help the people that were forced out of Cuba and living in this country. Do you want to say something about that, Marco? Please?
Yes, please. Marco has lots of things to say about that. That's his whole freaking career. This is his time to shine.
Take him seriously. Suffice it to say, Cuba is a disaster. It's run by incompetent, senile men, and in some cases, not senile but incompetent nonetheless. It has no economy. It's in total collapse. And by the way, they were, all of the guards that helped protect Maduro. This is well known. Their whole spy agency, all that were full of Cubans. I mean, it's amazing. This poor island took over Venezuela in some cases. One of the biggest problems the Venezuelans have is they have to declare independence from Cuba. They tried to basically colonize it from a security standpoint. So, yeah, look, if I lived in Havana and I was in the government, I'd be concerned, at least a little bit.
Cutting off the oil flow to Cuba from Venezuela?
Well, the president already announced a week ago that anything that's sanctioned, it's sanctioned oil, it's not going to be allowed to get there. So that's a pre-existing.
Mr. President.
Trump just pulled him out of the.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Aware of the location of opposition leader Machado, and have you been in contact with her?
No, we haven't. No.
Oh, thank God. Thank God you're not in contact with Machado.
Mr. President, on Monday.
Oh, I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within. Or the
Oh
respect
my
within
God.
the country.
He called it out.
but she
Thank
doesn't have the
God.
respect to
Trump said that there needs the leadership of Venezuela needs to have support from the Venezuelan people. That's great. That's great. Machado is not supported by the people. If we put her in, she would have been a puppet for America, and then Venezuelans would have just been in the same situation they have been in. That's crazy.
But we're going to be rebuilding, and we're not spending money. The oil companies are going to go in. They're going to spend money. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago. A lot of money is coming out of the ground. We're going to get reimbursed for all of that. We're going to get reimbursed for everything that we spend. So it's going to be a very important. This is a very big evening that took place last night. We have to be surrounded by safe, secure countries. And we also have to have energy, very important. We have to have energy that's real energy, not where they're getting 4% and 5% of the energy out of the ground. You take a look. It was such a disaster. So what's going to happen with Venezuela, I think, over the next period of a year is going to be a great thing. And the people of Venezuela will be the biggest beneficiaries.
Mr. President,
Who's going to send in the U.S. military?
Mr. President, thank you. What did you last speak to Maduro about when you spoke? And is the U.S.
Well, I don't want to get
at war
into
with
the
Venezuela?
conversations, but I did have conversations with him, and I said, you got to surrender. And I actually thought he was pretty close to doing so, but now he wished he did, yeah.
You said that Maduro is responsible for drug trafficking. You recently pardoned the former president of Honduras, who was convicted on many drug trafficking. Can you explain how these two situations are different? And would you ever pardon Maduro?
I endorsed, as you know, the winning president, the man who won in Honduras. I endorsed the man who won in Chile. I endorsed the man who won in Argentina. And we are doing very well with that whole group. What the man that I pardoned was, if you could equate it to us, he was treated like the Biden administration treated a man named Trump. That didn't work out too well for them. This was a man who was persecuted very unfairly.
If I was Donald Trump, I would insist that Argentina, that Malay and Argentina have a hand in helping rebuild Venezuela. We need Latin American countries to Latin American countries need to build up more camaraderie with each other. Like, I feel like they've just been passive with each other. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but there's no deep alliances. There's no there's no Canada, and I don't know. But what I'm trying to convey is that Latin America needs to be more involved in Latin American countries need to be more involved in each other's things. Latin America needs to be more like Europe. It can't just be America holding everyone's hand. It can't just be America, doing imperialism. If Latin American countries want to be taken serious, then they need to, act serious. And so far, far Malay has just gotten money from America, like, is he going to be able to, you know, like, I don't know. I don't know. Latin America has a lot of work to do.
Thank you. Do you have one? Yes, please. You were so nice before. I'm going to give you the final question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr.
Unless
President.
it's a bad question, in which case I'll go one word. It's about who?
It's about Putin, if you want.
About Putin. Well, that's always nice to talk about Putin.
You had a phone call with him on Monday. Did he talk at all about Maduro? Did y'all talk about this?
No, we didn't.
And
We
then,
never spoke about Maduro.
Are you mad at him right now? I mean, there's this
I'm not
intelligence.
thrilled with Putin.
What?
I'm not thrilled with Putin. He's killing too many people.
What? In Ukraine?
I thought that would be so. I settled 8 1/4 war. You know what the 1/4 was?
Ukraine.
Thailand,
Oh, Thailand.
Cambodia. I
What?
did it again. They broke out, and I did it in about 5 hours, and I settled it. I'm giving myself 1/4, so I'm up to now 8 1/4. In other words, I settled the war, but then they broke out. They had a pretty bad breakout over the last 4 days. I got them to go back to peace, so I only give 1/4. I thought the easiest one would be, one of the easier ones would be Russia, Ukraine. It's not, and they both have done some pretty bad things. And look, that's Biden's war. That's not my war. But I want to stop the
What?
lives.
That's
Did you
Biden's
see
war?
where last
Biden's
month,
not in charge
30,000
anymore.
This last, it was 27,000 the month before. 30,000, mostly soldiers, were killed this last month. 30,000. I want to stop that. You know, I got NATO to pay 5% instead of the 2% that they weren't paying. They weren't paying 2, now they pay 5. And we send them a lot of munitions. We send them a lot of things, missiles and various other things, a lot. And they pay. The United States is not losing money. We're probably making money on that. It's the last thing I care about. I just want to stop all those people. We're losing 25, 30,000 human beings that come from 2 places that are very far away. But if I can stop, because it's something I've been pretty good at doing, deals, I guess. It's all a deal. Life is a big deal. But
Life is a big deal. All of it are deals. He's reckoning. He's bargaining.
Killed in Kiev, people are being killed in other cities throughout. You know, a much smaller number, but they're being killed, viciously killed. So I'm not happy about it. I thought that would be something that would get solved. We have Mr. Witkoff here. I think that we're making progress, but that's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, it would have never happened. Putin says it. Everybody says it. If I were president, that would have never happened. But I inherited that war. That was Joe Biden, Zelensky, and Putin. I came into the situation, and it's a mess. And I will say this. I watched an operation last night that was so precise, that was so brilliant. I mean, it was incredible. If we had our people, like this general and our people involved, that war would not have gone on very long, that I can tell you. That war, to use an old term, that war has become a bloodbath, and we want it to get stopped. Thank you very much.
Are you concerned a rogue Venezuelan general can take over the country?
Can you talk about your conversation with the Vice President?
It is 12:37 in Washington. It's 1:37 in Caracas. It is 6:37 here in Paris. Welcome to an extended program on France 24 with me.
Okay. France 24, great with the news. We'll come back to them in just a second. That was crazy. That was a crazy press conference. Amazing. Let's see what Hassan has to say. Oh. Hold on. There we go.
Mexico better figure it out. Piers Morgan, incredible operation. Maduro was protected by massive security. How Delta Force got him out will be the stuff of movies. Yeah, scoops from mainstream media. Venezuela's Maduro was captured by Delta Force, U.S. military's elite special mission unit. Sources tell me. It's so funny. It reminds me of, like, you know how people say, you know how people fucking say stuff like, oh, dude, remember who you're fighting for? You know, that kind of thing. Remember who you're fighting for? And it's like the fucking grunt and the helmet, and there's a photo inside of it. And it's just, inside of that photo should just be a photo of this, and then a photo of Jeffrey Epstein, and a photo of maybe Benjamin Netanyahu. You know? Like, if you're in the Delta Force and you're like, hell yeah, brother, I trained my whole life so I can fucking do hoorah shit, do cool ass military stuff. like I watched in the movies. And then you take your helmet off and you look down at it, and it's just a photo of a fucking countries with the largest oil reserves. Remember who you're doing this for, okay? You are fighting for the bottom line of Exxon, Chevron, Shell Corporation, Halliburton, British Petroleum. You are fighting for them, okay? You're not fighting for yourself. You're not fighting for anybody. You're not fighting for freedom, democracy, any of these fucking bullshit ass liberal values that people actually use to. Yep, that's it. Yep.
Yeah, never forget what you're fighting for.
Exactly. Never forget who you're fighting for, okay? Just remember that.
Yeah.
You're fighting for this.
It's all Trump. It's all Trump. There's a lot of good I mean not good. There's a lot of people that say they have good interest in this in Venezuela oil and stuff, but ultimately this was like, just the Trump administration flexing, flexing their muscles, seeing what they could do and seeing what they could do next. Like this was a easy W. This was a bigger W for Trump than Qasem Soleimani, and it's.
This to happen, and Trump will be like, nope, it's happening, and everyone thinks it's awesome.
Yeah. Like I saw that Nick Fuentes thinks it's awesome. People, MAGA fanboys are back supporting Trump.
Venezuela and stealing its oil for super profits of the pedophilic elite. I don't know why XQC is saying this because he's already made a woke pivot. I'm a little bit confused by that.
That is contested, given what President Trump also said in the past few moments about who and what is in charge of the country. Let's take a listen.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition.
Let's go to you, Doug. Farah, first of all, you are one of the few people who've understood the possible consequences of overthrowing Nicolas Maduro, because you were brought in by the Pentagon to war game this back in 2019, essentially role-play the scenario with the Pentagon before, and when you were asked for your expertise. Now, CBS reporting today as well, the Special Forces had war game this scenario. They had a replica of this fortress-type building and had been through this scenario, which is extraordinary. What do you make of it?
Well, having dealt with the Special Forces for a number of years and had the privilege of working with them, I'm not at all surprised at the level of preparation, et cetera. I think what was never in discussion was whether the U.S. military could go in and do something. Clearly they can, and the Venezuelan regime was not in a position to stop that. The big question is what happens now, and what does President Trump now mean by they're going to run the country when they don't have anyone on the ground there to run anything? So I think the big question that I was trying to answer when I was doing the war games is what happens now, and I don't think we have any clear answer to that.
When you were doing the war games, your intel, your thoughts about, I know you went through multiple, it's a variety of consequences, and you were looking at each time the strategy being, for the first term, we know that President Trump wanted to do it before, what happens once Maduro was overthrown. Well, we're in that situation now. Just tell us some of those outcomes that happened and what were the consequences.
Well, I think the biggest danger, and what was very surprising that I just heard President Trump say, was that they have not even talked to the opposition in Venezuela yet about coming in and taking over. So this seems to be, from what President Trump was just saying, a grab for the oil infrastructure and not really a plan to either govern or rehabilitate Venezuela beyond the oil fields. I think the most dangerous scenario we found, and the most likely in what we were looking at the time, was an enormous power vacuum, because outside of Caracas, assuming you can control Caracas, you have jungles, you have mountains, you have ocean, beaches, and you have multiple armed groups operating in all of those scenarios. And if you don't have a central government that can take control of those sectors, then you run the risk of a very long, low-grade, ongoing violent scenario of different groups fighting different groups for resources and keeping things destabilized. So I'm not sure that removing Nicolás Maduro without any power structure behind him, infrastructure coming in behind him, is going to advance the ball beyond a massive vacuum.
It's a very interesting point, isn't it, Doug? Because if you listen to President Trump's words, kind of breezily saying, oh, we'll see about troops on the ground, we're not ruling it out. And yet, when we listen to the military chief talking about how what operation, this extraordinary, stunning operation, Audacity has just played out, was months and months of preparation, meticulous. So my thought being, do you expect if Trump's not ruling out boots on the ground, there's already a capacity of special forces, there will be something ready? What's your assessment of what will be in place right now?
Well, I don't think that there is anything in place to occupy the country because you need several 100,000 troops, and that has not been mobilized. On the warships that the U.S. has stationed in the Caribbean off of Venezuela, there's about 15 to 20,000 combat troops that could come in. A specific operation like the one to remove Nicolás Maduro, which was just executed, the special forces is brilliant at that, and we've seen them do that many times. It's an entirely different thing to try to meet the food needs of a rather starving population, the medical needs, the infrastructure needs, and breezily talking about we're going to come in and rebuild infrastructure that's going to cost billions of dollars. What you're talking about is years and years of trying to get a crippled industry back up and running. So the benefits of that will not accrue to the Venezuelan people, in the next 5 years, maybe not in the next decade. So I don't understand what the thinking is on how to maintain a democratic transition towards something that would be better when you're crippling their economy by not allowing them to export oil at this point and talking about rehabilitating something years down the line. So I don't understand the strategy on this, and I don't think it gets us past the chaos and dysfunction that we'll now probably see in Caracas.
Doug, it's very interesting listening to you, and I know you've spent years looking at the situation in Venezuela, looking at drugs cartels as well. What do you assess as how this could likely play out? And I know we're kind of in a vortex of multiple scenarios right now. What are the issues that we should be looking out for? Because I'm minded by the fact there are two figures in Venezuela behind the authoritarian government. You've got the vice president. There were reports that Delcy Gonzalez was in Moscow. Moscow says that's fake news, but she called into a Venezuelan station to say that we want proof of life of Maduro. The Constitution says it's her job to act up now. The Venezuelan Constitution. Diosdado Caballo is the other. You spoke about him before. The Interior Minister, somebody who's got sanctions against him. How do you see this assembling itself now, given what Trump's just said?
Well, I think it's difficult to imagine them going in and carrying out a series of further kidnappings, partly because people are going to be on much more high alert and being much more careful in how they operate. And I do think the removal of Maduro has probably caused an enormous internal fissure in their intelligence structures, how this happened, who let this happen, et cetera, which means people will be turning on each other, and there'll be a very high level of suspicion around anyone who's doing anything related to their security. So I think that it's possible that this government will just implode. The current regime will just implode because no one will be there to take over. But that doesn't mean that you're moving toward governance. It means that you will have, again, this power vacuum. If Diosdado, who's very close to the military, decides to step up and try to do something, then he's going to face probably military consequences from the United States, which they're completely unprepared to handle. Delcy is a different figure, Delcy Rodriguez, and her brother Jorge Rodriguez, who's been the main interlocutor with the U.S. during these multiple discussions, are in a position to assume some authority, but they don't have the loyalty of the military like Diosdado does. And you have the defense minister, Padrino Lopez, who's also in the mix here. So I think you could see them all sort of just melting away and not wanting to confront the United States because of their personal vulnerability to being held to trial. But then who's going to run the country? And if you have oil companies coming in and putting in money, that does not give you food, does not give you transportation, does not give you petroleum in your gas stations, gives you nothing except perhaps ephemeral control of oil fields. So I think that chaos is what we're looking at. You have the ELN, the largest Colombian guerrilla group now, who has multiple fronts across Venezuela all the way into Guyana. You have dissidents of the FARC rebels from Colombia also controlling the gold mining sector. Plus you have dozens of gangs and militias across Venezuela that will likely just keep operating because who's going to stop them if there aren't boots on the ground and you don't have a functioning military and a command and control structure. I think the odds of chaos are very high.
Doug, great to talk to you. Now, stay with us if you can. I know you've got a busy evening of commitments, but I just want to bring you into the conversation with Fraser and Ketavan, our US correspondent and our international affairs editor as well. Fraser, just listening to Doug, it is fascinating. Well, the last hour is incredible, listening to the Trump administration, extraordinary detail, very bullish, not just President Trump, who we heard from, but Hegster saying, that Maduro effed around and he found out. And then Rubio, the Secretary of State, talking about how many chances that Maduro had had. And ultimately, he now knows that President Trump was messing around. What did you make of that?
Yo, what's up, DV8?
I mean, the bluster coming from Hexat is
sorry, we're live streaming early, and we are, doing typical live react, where I have to go about my day normally too. I was literally cleaning out the litter boxes right now. And I will continue, but please, DV8, tell me your opinion on Venezuela. We just finished watching Donald Trump and Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth. I forget what the general's name was, but yeah, we got a candle here lit for Maduro. His time is done. Yeah, and it was like a special operation. So if some of y'all remember in chat, I called it. I was like, the only way to take Maduro out is with a SEAL Team 6 him, brute force, yeah. It seems like this was the best case scenario. Like, we couldn't even get Saddam Hussein. I mean, who's Osama bin Laden? Osama bin Laden was a harder target than Maduro, and yeah, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy what's happening. I got France 24 in English streaming because they're a pretty good news source for Latin America. I don't think any mainstream American things are really covering it. New York Times has a live update that I was watching this morning. I mean, keeping track. Hey, Bishon in a box. Crazy story, bro. Yeah, so Venezuela, we took out the leader. The administration there does not know what to do, I think. They are scrambling because, of course, it was a dictatorship, so it was always, all of Maduro's supporters were just waiting around for him to lose power, for them to take over. Just like how Maduro took over with Hugo Chavez, it's authoritarian regime. There's no legitimate courts, legislative branch to counter the executive. Maduro effed up the congressional representative things, and it hasn't been a democracy in forever, I mean, Hugo Chavez, I think, did a lot of the removal of democratic norms and stuff, but Nicolas Maduro definitely accelerated and turned it into a full authoritarian, fascist state. There's not only the military, there's an underground military that fought, suppress the people. There was military police. This was a country that needed to have its leader removed. Whether or not America should have been the one to remove it is really the big debate here. Personally, I still don't think that the main motives for attacking Venezuela were because of oil. I think it was because Trump needed a popularity boost. And oh my God, this is it. He's coming out looking like a freaking champion. He's, put the him, raising his fist in the air with the flag behind him. That's how epic this is. And this is the return that Trump needed, really, to get MAGA supporters and supporters of his that have fallen off because of the Epstein stuff. This is what he needed. This is gonna boost I'm calling it. I'm pretty sure it's going to boost Trump's ratings more than it would harm his ratings. So.
That's a lot of money for someone to spread around.
DV8 said, I was up when this happened. Yeah. A lot of us, we were reading, me and my girlfriend were reading, like Twitter and stuff this morning, like literally like 5 a.m. this morning, just like being like, oh my God, what is happening? We really have gone to war, and people have been just like flabbergasted that it's happening. It's like Iraq and Libya and Syria and Kuwait, all of these little tiny conflicts are happening again just in Latin America, and it's a way lot closer to home. Like Marco Rubio and even Trump in the press conference they had a couple of minutes ago were talking about maybe a possibility of Cuba being next. It's really all up in the air. Every illegitimate and not popularly elected leader in Latin America should be scared right now. Like if Nayib Bukele, the president of El Salvador, was not in the good graces with Marco Rubio and Donald Trump and the entire Trump administration, they love Nayib Bukele because Bukele was like the first Latin American president to be like that went and kissed the ring of Donald Trump, right? So Nayib Bukele is in good standing with Trump. I don't know if every Latin American leader is, like especially in Colombia and I forget like other places that have leftist leaders. I don't think Mexico would be a good attack next because Mexico is too close to home, like way too close to home, and their economy is way too tied to ours. DV8 said, and it wasn't a false flag operation like you said. They're not that smart to do that type of thing. Yeah, it was 100% like us going and doing, I only think of the movie Zero Dark 30, but Osama bin Laden, like literally we took out Osama bin Laden in a similar fashion, and I feel like also the Black Hawk Down or whatever the frick happened, we lost so much property. Even Trump was saying we didn't lose any machinery in this operation to capture Maduro. It took so many years to find Osama bin Laden. It took even that other guy that Trump bragged about taking out, Qasem Soleimani. That was like a literal predator drone. Obama was doing drone strikes on terrorists. It wasn't like this targeted thing. I mean, we'll have to see like how bad the casualty toll is from the bombing that those those missiles that were being shot out of Apache helicopters. Like, we don't know how bad the casualties in Venezuela are from those attacks, but if they just walked into like the presidential palace or wherever Maduro was at, Trump said he was on his way running to a safety bunker, right? Here, let me go full screen real quick. He was running to a safety bunker, and they caught him. And he said that they were Maduro was extremely I'm sure they had kicked up the fortifications, had extra security guards, but like that shit means nothing. Like Pete Hegseth said, they were monitoring Maduro's movements. They had everything tracked. Marco Rubio said that there was a certain trigger that needed to happen in order for this operation to happen, and that was it. That it just so happened last night that was whatever the trigger was set off the entire operation, right? So this is something that they have been wanting to do, and when a couple months ago, when it was, Donald Trump is bombing, or, you know, not even a couple months ago, it was literally just 1 month ago, Donald Trump and the Trump administration were taking out these fishing boats that they said were drug smuggling boats, like that. We were like, yeah, no, we wouldn't take out Nicolas Maduro. Like, that's crazy. Deviate. The U.S. is going to put someone that will benefit the U.S. empire and not the people of Venezuela. Yeah, even though Donald Trump, Marco Rubio said that American companies plan to go and rebuild the oil extraction infrastructure there, Donald Trump was saying that the oil profits were going to benefit the people again. Oh my God, Marcella, do you think Maduro has an Animal Crossing save file like Bin Laden? LOL. Bro, I need to see these men's video games. No, for real. For real. Like I want to see what what Maduro's search history was. You know, homie was bragging about his like not Samsung, his Huawei Chinese phone. Like, and to bring it back to the trigger that that Marco Rubio was talking about, I wouldn't be surprised if the trigger was the meeting that took place the other day, China with Maduro, because Maduro was literally looking for any and all type of help that he could get, and of course the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and that's wait, Deviate said that Marvin Beak, I swear to God, is Marvin Beak the stupid not stupid, the scary ass eagle thing? Because I keep forgetting what its name is, and I keep seeing like an eagle, and I get traumatized by that face. It is Marvin Beak. Hold on. There we go. Thank you. So triggered right now, brother. Oh my God. The bird thingy. Yup, there it is. I wish we could make that an emote in chat, you know? But this ain't Twitch. Okay, so yeah, crazy stuff. Looks like Caracas is okay. There was like, you know, some of these the buildings were bombed. Do they have other footage? Oh, that, I don't know. Those look okay buildings. This is just, it's the morning time. We're good. Okay. Let's go back to France 24. Oh, they're still on ad.
As far as like awful shit that any leader has done, right? Do you feel like what Maduro has done so far reaches even the standard of what Donald Trump just did? Like,
no, I would say Maduro's done way worse things than Donald Trump. I'm disagreeing with Hassan on this.
Night, what you experienced last night, what you saw last night. Anyway.
Hold on, let me see if I can. Oh, I can't chat.
I don't disagree with your take, but it makes me wonder, do you think there's ever a point where invasion is justifiable? Yes, Israel. It'll never happen, because it's a nuclear armed nation state.
Yeah. Deviate said, oh, so all the Trump voters that voted for him because of peace, you are wrong and have always been wrong. But you know who's going to be real happy about that now, Deviate? Yeah. Is all the Venezuelans in America, all the Venezuelans and Cubans like Marco Rubio that were like, we need to stop communism in Latin America. We need to stop socialism in Latin America. It's the only way we need to stop these things. Yeah, I wonder what Trump war crime he will do next. if it's in Latin America, it has to be next in Cuba.
You have oil, it's mine. And there are still people that are trying.
Oh, wait. Bernie Sanders said, Donald Trump has once again shown his contempt for the Constitution and rule of law. The President of the United States does not have the right to unilaterally take this country to war, even against a corrupt and brutal dictator like Maduro. The United States does not have the right, as Trump stated in this morning, to run Venezuela. That's, well, we did it with Iraq. We did it with Iraq. Congress must immediately pass war power resolution to end the illegal military operation and reassert its constitutional responsibilities. Trump's attack on Venezuela will make the United States and the world less safe. This brazen violation of international law gives a green light to any nation on earth that may wish to attack another country to seize their resources or change their governments. This is a horrific a logic of force that Putin used to justify his brutal attack in Ukraine. Yes, 100%. When Putin was like, we need to invade Ukraine because we need to denazify Ukraine. Like homie Putin was like, we're still fighting we're still fighting World War II in Nazi Germany, and we need to still do denazification campaigns. Deviate said, yeah, I mean, Maduro wasn't a good person, but part of the reason that Venezuela was in poverty is because of the sanctions we had them in. Yeah, I mean, we put sanctions on them, but I don't think the sanctions are the main reason Venezuelans were in such poverty. There's so many other economic factors, like the fact that their only export was oil, and when oil prices went down, literally the entire country suffered. Everything suffered because it was tied to oil prices. But the sanctions that we put that Donald Trump put on Maduro, and that Joe Biden continued, were not the end all be all for Venezuela. It just kind of was the sanctions we put on Cuba. Is that really hurting them? They're still surviving. We put sanctions on Cuba for I don't know how many decades at this point, and they still survived. So it just made it a little bit harder for Venezuelans to live because nobody wanted to import with them. But also, it's Maduro could have been doing more for his people, but he was just interested in keeping power. And that's, dictators are going to get played out one way or another. It just so happened to be that dumbass, Donald Trump, the current American president, saw this opportunity and took it, Had Obama done this, had Joe Biden done this, Americans, Republicans, would have been just as mad as Democrats are against Trump. Outside intervention is always bad, right? But sorry, I lost my train of thought. It happens. It's too early. It's 10 a.m. Been up for 5 hours now. But no, you're not wrong, DVA. It's just it's a lot more complex than Maduro's leadership. The whole Venezuela has gone back and forth between, every Latin American country has gone back and forth with, having their commodity-based economies flourish and then tank. It's just the name of the game. Unfortunately, in Latin America, their only their only way to get wealth from the rest of the world is by selling their natural resources. and Venezuela's natural resource was oil. And because the world needed so much oil, especially when China started developing in the early 2000s, when China started trading with the rest of the world more freely, when America was like, okay, China can enter the World Trade Organization in 2001 or whatever it was, that's when the entire demand for oil went up. And that's why we saw so many Latin American countries flourish. And that in the 2000s, that just so happens when Hugo Chavez took over. It's not that Hugo Chavez made, more money or had a plan to sell more like Venezuelan oil. It was just circumstantial because China had entered the World Trade Organization, and because they were developing, that's when they started doing their manufacturing, and that's when they started selling all these cheap or, dominating manufactured goods, because China's export was manufactured goods, meaning that they were selling more than they really needed. So all that extra money was used to develop their country, which we have seen. China is now like top tier. Some Chinese cities are top tier cities. Their infrastructure is amazing. So Venezuela just so happened to benefit from that extra, like once in a lifetime, maybe once in a generation commodity boom, because China was developing so much, the rest of the world was developing, and that's what made Venezuela such a wealthy country, and Hugo Chavez benefited from it. He took all of those oil profits and gave it right back to the Venezuelan people, which is great in theory. And I think it still should happen, just not as dependent. Just not as much as Venezuela has relied on oil, because like I said, they relied on it so much that it became the only industry people wanted to get into. There's no reason to get into making, boots or clothes or other manufacturing things, things that, you require more labor than just extraction by machines, people like those types of jobs completely gone. There's no like small businesses. There's no like trade organizations. Like literally, you either work for the oil fields or you literally just do small stuff like this, informal jobs, like I'm sure a lot of these people have, or you work for the government, blah, 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 But if all of that funding for these government jobs goes away, then those people are going to go back to the informal sector to make money. So it's like, I guess my long way around, the long point or the moral of the story is that Maduro needed to go. And now we have to see like what they're going to do. If Maduro's still alive, I think his government has power. They're going to treat him like how Maduro treated Chavez, They're going to glorify him and say he's our leader. Look, he was taken out. Because I guess at the end of the day, there are still like people who love Maduro. There are the Chavistas still stand Maduro because Maduro was the successor to Chavez, and Chavez is an immensely popular character. He was president during the best of times. He gave people money. He literally helped lift a lot of Venezuelans out of poverty. But yeah, so Maduro needed to go, but it definitely needed to be at the hands of the Venezuelan people. They needed to do it themselves. And now they are just waiting, they're waiting because America has to legitimize whatever government is put in, because it can't be Maduro's supporters, What are Maduro supporters are going to want to get him back, right? They're not just going to be like, okay, America's done, who even knows what the rule of law is right now? Is the police still working? Like, what's going on in Venezuela? It has to be chaos. You know, a power vacuum has opened.
Of events that we witnessed since the early morning, I could positively qualify them as surreal, in the sense that first, a military, well, much announced military operation took place, in which what is clearly even a short-lived but invasion of Venezuela by a foreign power that didn't have a mandate of the United Nations, didn't have a legal backing to do so. It was a unilateral, if you will, intervention, military intervention of the United States in Venezuela, that, it should be said, left also casualties. I have heard reports of soldiers or civilians that were either wounded or dead by the force deployed by the U.S. military, and then this abduction of a sitting head of state, regardless of the opinion about the nature of the government or the regime in Venezuela. This poses a serious question about the era we're living in, and how Latin American countries that may find themselves, for probably a variety of reasons, at odds with, in this case, the Trump administration, would have stability guaranteed to them if the U.S. is ready to intervene militarily to remove and modify the political landscape of the country. And finally, what was mentioned by your senior analyst, the fact that the Trump administration, in the recent press conference, President Trump himself mentioned that Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president of...
I'm going to pause this, mister, and let's go over to this Telemundo broadcast. It's going to be in Spanish, but this is in Miami, Florida, and just as I suspected, all of the former Venezuelans are in the streets of Miami celebrating because communism is dead. Chavistas have lost.
¿Hace cuántos años te fuiste de Venezuela? Me dices que tienes ese vestido listo para un día como hoy desde hace tiempo.
Sí, hace mucho tiempo yo trabajaba en una escuela de una zona rural indígena en Maracaibo, Venezuela, en el Zulia. Usaba este vestido para los actos de las escuelas. Me lo traje con la ilusión de lucirlo un día como hoy, y de verdad este es el día grande que estábamos esperando. En verdad tengo 6 años aquí, ya logré traer a mis hijos, pero hoy les dije, mis hijos, si de verdad todo vuelve a como nosotros teníamos esa Venezuela que ellos aún no pudieron conocer, yo quiero volver a mi país.
No way, this lady said that she's been here, I think, for like 5 or 6 years, and she wants to go back to Venezuela. She doesn't want to live here. That's crazy.
Una posible transición de gobierno, hay un largo camino por recorrer, todavía está Delcy Rodríguez ahorita al mando y hay mucha incertidumbre. ¿Cuál es tu sentir en ese punto?
Yo creo que por ahora todos deben permanecer en las casas lo más resguardado posible, porque realmente hay mucha maldad, mucha gente dispuesta a que los maten, a morir ahí con las botas puestas, como estaba el mismo Maduro, que no quiso, o sea, se le advirtió de 1000 maneras y no quiso. Igual que él, o sea, esa gente que él está adoctrinando están preparadas para eso, para morir con las botas puestas. Entonces, bajo ese escenario, la familia que es inocente, que no tiene armas, tiene que estar en la casa. Es la manera más segura.
Bueno, Norquis, muchas gracias por tu testimonio y compartir un poco de ese vestido guajiro con nosotros. Aquí esta es parte de la celebración de los venezolanos. Vengan conmigo porque esto se ha ido moviendo. De repente hay música aquí y se mueven para allá. Entonces me voy a mover donde están tocando ahorita algunos tambores y bailando, cantando, con sus banderas, con timbales, con todo lo que tengan. La verdad es que están aquí celebrando a lo grande. Ha cambiado durante la mañana el tipo de baile, el tipo de canción, el tipo de música, pero todo ha sido en representación a Venezuela y como símbolo de celebración. Aranza.
Betsy, muchas gracias por este reporte. Estamos viendo esa algarabía que embarga a pues la diáspora venezolana que se encuentra en el sur de Florida. Importante recalcar a esta hora información que nos ha llegado a nuestra sala de redacción. De acuerdo a la Administración Federal de Aviación, todos los vuelos están cancelados o suspendidos en el espacio aéreo de Puerto Rico. Y también reiterarle a usted que la secretaria de Justicia, Pam Bondi, volvió a recordar en breve que esta acusación que enfrenta el gobernante Nicolás Maduro y su esposa Cilia Flores data de marzo del año 2020. Estarían enfrentando 4 cargos, entre ellos conspiración para narcoterrorismo. Estamos viendo imágenes en vivo desde Caracas, en donde no hay una celebración, sino todo lo contrario. Por estas imágenes podríamos asumir que justamente son aquellas personas partidarias del régimen chavista y de Nicolás Maduro quienes se han congregado en las calles. Podemos ver incluso banderas que tienen las figuras de Chávez y también de Maduro, que están ahí sosteniendo las personas que se han congregado en las calles. Esto es en vivo, Caracas, Venezuela. Nosotros hacemos una breve pausa, pero regresamos con más de esta transmisión especial. Estados Unidos tiene bajo su poder al gobernante Nicolás Maduro. Volvemos.
All right, I'm back. Okay, let's switch back to France 24.
Foreign intervention in such a manner is rarely a solution. So of course now the Venezuelan society needs to move on and find stability and peace. But the question is the pathway towards stability and peace is rarely started by dropping bombs and invading militarily, and even more so, threatening to send a second wave of military intervention, as President Trump said. Again, we need rather to focus on the suggestions of President Lula, of the President Claudia Sheinbaum from Mexico. That is a
I want to know what Mexico is feeling.
And of course, peaceful and democratic means to solve Venezuela's problems.
Tamir, also bringing back, we have Norris with us as well. Just a thought from you both on this. Tamir, starting with you. You mentioned right at the top, Tamir, this is a dangerous moment. Just your thoughts, in brief, where you see this going. We're in kind of an odd moment where it's playing out in real time. Where do you see this going now, given what President Trump said about the US taking over for the time being?
Well, I would have to agree with the other guests of this conversation. I would have to agree with the other guests of this conversation. This is a very dangerous situation because we don't know exactly how people are going to react. Just the fact that they are considering Delcy Rodriguez as a successful transition is very, very wild. I don't think that the people who voted for González Urrutia will be all that pleased. One would think that the results from the election in 2024 would be respected, or at least.
Why would they go back to the results of 2024? No.
Other elections as soon as possible.
Yeah, no, why are they going to hold other elections? There's literally no politicians that are not tied to the Maduro government right now.
Avoid anxiousness or doing something crazy or stupid on the streets, but this could easily develop into a very dangerous situation.
Tamir.
Power vacuum.
Again, I believe that some of the hints that President Trump gave during his press conference are contradictory. On the one hand, a sense of stability and continuity in the institutional framework of Venezuela, and at the same time saying we will run the country and we will take our oil back, which is, again, similar to the drug trafficking affirmation is an outrageous claim, claiming that Venezuelan oil is American, because for some reason Venezuela, while nationalizing in the 1970s, you should remember that Venezuelan oil has been on national property since the 1970s. So what is he referring exactly to, and how is it going to enforce his ambitions? So again, there is also a vast history in Latin America of armed conflicts that arose out of the claim that foreign intervention and meddling in internal affairs, specifically coming from the U.S., gave ground to guerrilla movements and resistance movements. We need to look at Colombia, which is next to Venezuela, that experienced 7 decades of a violent civil war, and where even a final peace process hasn't been achieved. So this could be, again, a reignition of those types of movements, given the fact, once again, that the U.S. administration has decided to take the initiative of invading and bombing a Latin American capital.
I don't know if you heard it, Tamir. We heard from Doug Farrar a short while ago, a national security analyst in the US who took part in the Pentagon war gaming.
Does a Cat Beebs approve of this? No, he does not. He really does not.
He said it often ended in chaos.
Beebs is a Mexican national.
Militias still loyal to the president.
No, I say my cat's Mexican because he was raised Mexican. And I have to speak Spanish to him. Everyone has to speak Spanish to him. No, Beebs is like I said, Mexican, and I'm sure Mexicans do not care for Venezuelans. We need to get more cats on the stream. I have so many cats. They just don't care to come up here like Beebs does. Beebs wants attention all the time. But right now he's chilling in his catio, I think. He's enjoying the cool Southern California, like rainy day weather. It's sad weather out here today.
Where your contributor came up with this scenario, that was a time of a push for a regime change from the pre-Trump administration. When we remember this interim government idea that was implemented against the government of Nicolas Maduro.
I muted myself.
Even then, Venezuelan armed forces didn't
I don't know what happened to this guy's volume. There we go. They brought it back.
The institutional stability or continuity.
Oh
was
no,
assured,
his audio went out again.
In spite of this challenge that was fabricated from overseas. So again, we should somehow hope that the Venezuelan military remains this sort of.
Here, let's go back to Telemundo for a brief second, because it looks like they're covering more interesting stuff. Maria Elvira Salazar, who is that?
Por ejemplo, también la vocería oficial de Venezuela está diciendo que en este momento no hay un pronunciamiento oficial sobre los hechos reportados en Venezuela. Cualquier información confirmada será difundida oportunamente por los canales oficiales. Estas son reacciones que están llegando, repitiendo, por ejemplo, en Argentina. El presidente Javier Milei dice: la libertad avanza, viva la libertad, carajo. El secretario de Estado, Marco Rubio, también reaccionó diciendo lo siguiente: Maduro no es el primer presidente de Venezuela y su régimen no es el legítimo gobierno. Maduro es el jefe del cartel de los
They're
Soles,
translating Marco Rubio's tweet to Spanish.
Que ha tomado posesión de un país y está bajo proceso de meter drogas en Estados Unidos. Esto es parte de las acusaciones que se le imputan a Nicolás Maduro y a Cilia Flores por parte de los fiscales de Nueva York.
Bro, look at what the White House just posted. They posted this like supposed badass picture of Marco Rubio, Donald Trump, what's this creepy bald guy? His name escapes me. The creepy bald guy who was on whatever the hell his name is. You know. These buffoons, brother. These buffoons acting like they're so cool. The White House Twitter account posted Operation Absolute Resolve. Stephen Miller, thank you. Stephen Miller. F all these guys. Like, this is crazy. Oh my God. Donald Trump posted a picture of Maduro with proof of life, I guess. Man, Maduro's sweats are falling. Okay, Nicolas Maduro on board the USS Iwo Jima. Joe Biden, Trump talks tough on Venezuela, but admires thugs and dictators like Nicolas Maduro. As president, I will stand with Venezuelan people for democracy. Yeah. I don't know how they're going to bring back. Why is the pic grayscale? Which picture? Oh, because that just makes it more badass, you know? They're like, here, let's zoom in. Oh. They're like, yup, just dudes being guys, you know? Badass leaders of America, you know? They ended woke and they ended Maduro. Oh. Maduro says, come for me, I'm waiting for you, coward. Hold on, let's see this epic edit.
Venga por mí. Aquí lo espero en Miraflores. No se tarde en llegar.
Oh, he cussed. Oh, damn.
Three things to say. God bless
Just got three things.
God bless America. And gentlemen, start your...
Wow. Damn. Look at all those helicopters flying over. Crazy. Yeah, so I guess Pete Hegseth was right when he said Maduro effed around and found out. Oh, look at another picture of him. I don't know if these are AI though, so please keep that in mind. We are on Twitter. We are on the AI ground zero. Attorney General Pam Bondi said Nicolas Maduro and his wife Celia Flores has been indicted in the Southern District of New York. Nicolas Maduro has been charged with narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns, and destructive devices. Bro, he's a head of state. He doesn't just possess machine guns. He possesses a military that shoots the machine guns at his own freaking people. Okay. They will soon face the full wrath of American justice on American soil in American courts. On behalf of the entire U.S. Department of Justice, I would like to thank President Trump for having the courage to demand accountability on behalf of the American people. A huge thank you to our brave military who conducted the incredible and highly successful mission to capture these two alleged international narco traffickers. Yeah, I know. Sorry, Deviate. I know it's called X now, but I still like Twitter. You know, Elon Musk is not going to respect some people's pronouns, so I'm not going to respect his pronoun, his name change. Oh, let's see what Javier Milei said.
Maduro extiende una sombra oscura sobre nuestra región. Este peligro y esta vergüenza no pueden seguir existiendo en el continente. Nos terminará arrastrando a todos consigo. La Argentina saluda la presión.
Sorry, hold on. We got to restart this because I got distracted by the background music. Like, why are these official heads of states? Why are these official people, like this is straight up from Javier Milei's own Twitter account. He made like a meme Chad edit of himself talking about the situation.
La dictadura atroz e inhumana del narcoterrorista Nicolás Maduro extiende una sombra oscura sobre nuestra región. Este peligro y esta vergüenza no pueden seguir existiendo en el continente o nos terminará arrastrando a todos consigo. La Argentina saluda la presión de los Estados Unidos y Donald Trump para liberar al pueblo venezolano. El tiempo de tener un acercamiento tímido en esta materia se ha agotado. Instamos además a todos los demás integrantes del bloque a secundar esta posición y condenar tajantemente a este experimento autoritario.
Damn. See, that's cringe. Hold on, let me see if he said anything else. Oh, man. Javier reposted. Qué suerte tenemos de contar contar con estos dos hombres, grandes defensores de la libertad. The defenders of liberty? Two big guys, two defenders of freedom and liberty? That's my president up there. Cringe. Okay. Oh, damn. We got a video of tearing down photos of Nicolas Maduro. That's a big poster. Crazy. Okay. All right. That's enough of Malay.
The U.S. president saying that the U.S. will now be in control of Venezuela. So that was in itself huge, and it will be very interesting just domestically to see how that goes down within MAGA world, within Donald Trump's base, because there are a lot of people already online. I'm looking at a few Republicans who are already criticizing Donald Trump for saying that he's going to take over Venezuela. The second question is the question of boots on the ground. The president was asked whether taking control of Venezuela would imply having U.S. boots on the ground. He said, we are not afraid of boots on the ground. And of course, if you're taking over a country and you don't have really anyone there to take over, that implies likely having U.S. troops on the ground, which is, again, something that Donald Trump has run on, saying he would never send U.S. boots on any ground anywhere. So that is going to be a problem for him. And I think finally, the third very interesting part of that, which comes from this idea of taking over Venezuela, is who could be the person in place to take over. You would have expected the U.S. to turn to the Venezuelan opposition and, of course, Machado, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, who has been in exile now in Norway. Donald Trump having harsh words for her, saying that she doesn't have the respect or the support of the people to be able to run the country. Instead, he said that Marco Rubio had a good conversation with the current vice president of Venezuela, so someone who is allied and loyal to Nicolas Maduro, and said that she had, Delcy Rodriguez, had agreed with Marco Rubio to basically give the U.S. what it wants, possibly
that's
oil.
crazy.
But it seems in this press conference that
honestly,
right now,
I think if we're not going to do full regime change and give democracy a chance again, because let's be real, America is not equipped to do that. We really tried with Iraq and it sucked. I'm sure we could probably rebuild democracy in Venezuela if we tried. I thought she said, I was going to say Marco Rubio will take over Venezuela. No, Marco Rubio is waiting to be king of Cuba, I think. He wants to be president of Cuba. He wants Cuba to become the 51st state of America, and he wants to be governor of Cuba. No, but yeah, if I would say the next best option other than full democracy or make sure democracy is reinstated there, you know, bringing back whatever constitution that they used to have before it was washed away by Chavez, you know, like which I don't think is a realistic solution. The next best thing is literally just work with the people that we got there. Monitor them, get the Cuban moles out, you know, if there is any Cuban loyalists there anymore, you know, get those people out and just have the bureaucracy that's already there, just tweak it and have them take care of Venezuela. And then, you know, whenever the next elections happen should be fully democratic, watched by, you know, outside sources, or I mean monitored by outside election sources. Oh yeah, Cuba before Puerto Rico, people will be pissed. I know. I'm sorry. Maybe you know what? I think maybe Marco Rubio's ambitions are higher than being king of Cuba. He would just, I'm sure, would want to be president of the entire United States, and then make Cuba a state before Puerto Rico. Puerto Ricans would be pissed. Would be so pissed. But yeah. I just joke about him being king of Cuba, but it's funny, like literally every major Cuban politician in American politics has been like Cuba first, We need to destroy Fidel Castro and all of the dictatorships there, and we need to free Cuba from communism. And that's been their like number one things. We need to benefit. It's like Israel supporters, but on a smaller scale. Israel supporters with less money.
U.S. military carried out attack on 7 main points of the Venezuelan military facilities. So yes, it was very, very, very confusing for all of us. A lot of families calling, a lot of friends calling to see what was going on, if we were okay. But at the
Please
end,
share your frustrations. It's a safe space here. Safe space here in chat. It's. I mean, I'm frustrated too. Don't get me wrong. You think I don't think America should be getting involved in any foreign nations' problems right now. Unless it's to work together to like open up more free trade or partnerships on clean energy or something. I don't think we should be doing the world police thing still. It's a played out trend. America doesn't like it. Americans do not like it. The rest of the world does not like America being the world police. Why are we still like doing this, So yeah, it's frustrating. Oil prices are going to go up. Well, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe Americans will immediately benefit from,
gathering manifestations from
I know. I'm sorry, Marcella. I am an American isolationist. I mean, not completely, but I just think that we have bigger fish to fry. The Venezuelan people should have taken care of Maduro and Chavez on their own. We don't need to involve ourselves, just like we don't need to go out and do other things. We should just be focused on fixing America, fixing American democracy before we go and fix other countries' democracies. So, yeah, bigger fish to fry. Sorry, bigger fry to fish. Yeah, like universal health care, freaking lack of jobs here. We can't even we had Donald Trump say that he was gonna bring back coal mining and stuff. You know what I would do if I was Donald Trump? I would say, you know what, all of these American oil companies are going into Venezuela. We need strong American workers to go and work these oil companies and do that oil extraction. That would be my way to flip it into a positive, But yeah, we got bigger fries to fish, and we got bigger, we got lower hanging, we got a ton of low hanging fruit that we could tackle, and we choose not to. We instead go around the world and do BS like this, Like I said, this is not necessary. Yes, Maduro needed to go, but we did not need to do it. Let's hear what these people are saying.
Listening to that, and joining us as well, is Tamir Porras, a former Venezuelan diplomat, who was a former chief of staff, in fact. Tamir, welcome to the program. You're former chief of staff to Nicolas Maduro when he was foreign minister. He worked for Hugo Chavez as well. I think when, am I right in saying, he was foreign minister from 2007 to 2013, when you left government. Tell me what you're thinking tonight. Is this a blessing? Is this a curse for Venezuela?
Well, I think it's a dangerous situation in the sense that The series of events that we witnessed since the early morning, I could positively qualify them as surreal, in the sense that first, a military, well, much announced military operation took place, in which what is clearly even a short-lived but invasion of Venezuela by a foreign power that didn't have a mandate of the United Nations, didn't have a legal backing to do so. It was a unilateral, if you will, intervention, military intervention of the United States in Venezuela, that, it should be said, left also casualties. I have heard reports of soldiers or civilians that were either wounded or dead by the force deployed by the U.S. military, and then this abduction of a sitting head of state, regardless of the opinion about the nature of the government or the regime in Venezuela. This poses a serious question about the era we're living in, and how Latin American countries that may find themselves, for probably a variety of reasons, at odds with, in this case, the Trump administration, would have stability guaranteed to them if the U.S. is ready to intervene militarily to remove and modify the political landscape of the country. And finally, what was mentioned by your senior analyst, the fact that the Trump administration, in the recent press conference, President Trump himself mentioned that Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president of Nicolas Maduro, had been sworn in, had spoken to Secretary Rubio, and was ready to make Venezuela great again, which is, again, probably the most surprising turn of events, if confirmed. But I imagine President Trump is well informed, of course, about this situation. So again, I think it's both an unsettling and dangerous situation, and also a moment of uncertainty for the region in the face of a U.S. that is ready to assert its policy through force.
On the question of legality and a number of things that you raised there, first of all, we know that Nicolas Maduro is heading to New York, where we believe that he's going to be potentially in court by Monday. There is also in New York a convening expected emergency session of the UN Security Council. Now, under international law, if we look at the UN Charter, and to read it, Article 2.4, prohibits the threat or use of force against another state and territorial integrity.
Yeah, I wonder,
with two
I don't know if they would put him in New York City, because I feel like Mamdani would have something to say about it, right?
Authorization by the UN Security Council under Chapter 7. So this is about military intervention, legality on the Trump administration. From what we heard from the gusto of the Trump team just now, Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth as well, this is a threat to the US based on drugs grounds, the killing through fentanyl of thousands of people, ostensibly.
Like we heard Donald Trump say, "Oh, nobody should get the money reward for taking out Maduro." What was it, like $50 million or whatever? Like,
clearly a made-up argument.
like, you know how Zoran Mamdani was like, if Netanyahu ever comes to New York City, I'm gonna arrest him. Like, that would be crazy. If, well, I mean, he's already Maduro's already in custody of the military, right? So it's not like the New York City police can do anything. But yeah, it's we'll see. It would be real interesting to see Maduro get tried in American courts. You think Bibi knows about that? Yeah, he's. We'll see. Like, I mean, Mamdani is anti-Israel, and Benjamin Netanyahu is like, has something to say about that. But let's check out this link that Stardust had. By the way, if you are in chat and you want to send me links, feel free to. you know.
Because actually these are points that are well versed now we hear about. I am interested in your thought, though, because I'm fair to say you've been a constructive critic of President Maduro. You distanced yourself, I think, from the government in 2013. You left the government then. Is it a good thing that he's out of power? This is the man that, you know, has gone from bus driver, disciple of Hugo Chavez to become the authoritarian leader of the country, accused by human rights groups of not just arresting the opposition, but disappearing them as well, of torture. What are you thinking separately about the fact that this man is in custody?
Well, I don't think that this is a reflection that should focus specifically on President Maduro as an individual, and I will say why. Because I think that it is a dangerous precedent that a political situation, however tense it may be.
No way. Hold on. Stardust, thank you for that link. Let me put it up here. From Seth Abramson, breaking news: Trump posts photographs of captured, blindfolded, disheveled Nicolas Maduro aboard U.S. helicopter post-kidnapping. Per prior Trump order, Maduro is a prisoner of war, making the photo a violation of the Geneva Convention, Article 13. That's crazy. Yeah. That's crazy. For obvious reasons, I'm not reposting the photograph here. You can easily find it if you wish. Its existence in the public sphere yet again confirms that Trump is a war criminal. P.S. I've been watching CNN, and there have been no reference of the war crime of bombing culturally significant Venezuelan sites, no reference to the Geneva Convention violation of posting photos of Maduro, and limited reference to this entire act being clearly illegal under U.S. law. Yeah, needs to be impeached and arrested. Yep. Yeah, he, I mean, so I know that the Venezuelan government was like, we need proof that Maduro's alive. He could have sent that to them personally, you know? Instead, he just posted it on fucking Truth Social. And yeah, this is bad. I mean, thank God he has water and shit in that picture, but like, you know, we don't know how else he's being treated. He's an entire head of state. You know, you can't just do that. CNN immediately reposted the illegal photo and repeatedly called it remarkable without any criticisms of it. In fact, it urged all Americans to look at and focus on the picture and left it up for minutes. Yeah, I'm sorry, I did that too. This is how lost corporate media it is. It is totally in the wilderness ethically. Yeah. And like we're out here in the wilderness because I don't know anything, but CNN should know.
Que estamos viviendo aquí en Estados Unidos y aquí estamos gran parte del mundo. Muchas gracias. ¿Tu nombre?
Okay, more Venezuelans rallying in Florida.
It's very, very wild. I don't think that the people who voted for González Urrutia will be all that pleased. One would think that the results from the election in 2024 would be respected, or at least find another solution, try to make other elections as soon as possible. What we've been calling is for people to be at home, calm, and avoid anxiousness or doing something crazy or stupid on the streets, you know. But this could easily develop into a very dangerous situation.
Temir.
Again, I believe that some of the hints that President Trump gave during his press conference are contradictory. On the one hand, a sense of stability and continuity in the institutional framework of Venezuela, and at the same time saying we will run the country and we will take our oil back, which is, again, similar to the drug trafficking affirmation is an outrageous claim, claiming that Venezuelan oil is American, because for some reason Venezuela, while nationalizing in the 1970s, you should remember that Venezuelan oil has been on national property since the 1970s. So what is he referring exactly to, and how is it going to enforce his ambitions? So again, there is also a vast history in Latin America of armed conflicts that arose out of the claim that foreign intervention and meddling in internal affairs, specifically coming from the US, gave ground to guerrilla movements and resistance movements. We need to look at Colombia, which is next to Venezuela, that experienced 7 decades of a violent civil war, and where even a final peace process hasn't been achieved. So this could be, again, a reignition of those types of movements, given the fact, once again, that the US administration has decided to take the initiative of invading and bombing a Latin American capital.
I don't know if you heard it, Tamir. We heard from Doug Farrar a short while ago, a national security analyst in the US who took part in the Pentagon wargaming, or testing the scenarios of what happens when you overthrow Maduro. This was back in 2019. He said it often ended in chaos. There were fights between drugs gangs and those militias still loyal to the president. It was a big, big risk. Now, you know the strength and fragility of the Venezuelan government, or what remains of it, given your time there, and the risks posed internally. And I also would ask your thought on that question as well, just what happens inside the country in this vacuum.
Well, I think that probably the optimistic hypothesis, at least as it refers to stability, is the fact that Venezuela's longest lasting and more stable institution since the independence is the armed forces. We have seen that even in 2019, where your contributor came up with this scenario, that was a time of a push for a regime change from the previous Trump administration. When we remember this interim government idea that was implemented against the government of Nicolas Maduro. Even then, the Venezuelan armed forces didn't fracture, and in a way, that was the reason why the institutional stability or continuity was assured, in spite of this challenge that was fabricated from overseas. So again, we should somehow hope that the Venezuelan military remains this sort of backbone of the republic. But at the same time, as it was mentioned, from the opposition, there have been questioning of the military's participation, political participation, I would say, in the previous government, and that could give rise, of course, to tensions inside the country. If there was finally to be a more massive military involvement of the United States on the ground, I think the risks of these sort of militias, armed groups present in the border between Colombia and Venezuela, beginning to be more active on Venezuelan territory, the risk of that would be higher. And of course, I wouldn't dare imagine the prospects of a civil war. So again, these are crucial hours, and hoping that the reason will prevail and the Venezuelan military will manage to keep that national unity.
Very good to hear from you tonight, Tamir. Thank you for your time. Tamir Porras, former Venezuelan diplomat, also managing director now at the Global Sovereign Advisory Group, a finance advisory body. Thank you for your time. Norris as well, Agota Soto, will be back with you shortly just to hear more about what's going on, how it's reported for radio, television, what you're hearing inside Caracas. Stay with us here on France 24. We'll be back in just a moment.
Since 2006, in French, English, Arabic and Spanish, the world's most influential figures trust us with exclusive interviews. Global leaders sharing their visions for the future.
Vous avez 142 pays qui ont signé la déclaration de New York.
Artists and creators spark inspiration. Thought leaders and innovators shape what's next. The biggest names are on France 24. Liberté, égalité, actualité.
Dude, everyone took a break on their ads right now. Here, let's see what Hassan's saying.
This is what he had to say about Mexico.
Must stop. So was this operation a message that you're sending to Mexico, to Claudia Sheinbaum, the president there?
Well, it wasn't meant to be, and we're very friendly with her. She's a good woman, but the cartels are running Mexico. She's not running Mexico. The cartels are running Mexico. And we could be politically correct and be nice and say, oh, yes, she is. No, she's very, she's very frightened of the cartels. They're running Mexico. And I've asked her numerous times, would you like us to take out the cartels? No, Mr. President. No, please. So we have to do something because we lost. The real number is 300,000 people, in my opinion. They like to say 100,000. 100,000 is a lot of people, but the real number is 300,000 people. And
Claudia Sheinbaum, please develop nukes now. Madam President, please get nukes immediately. Please. You're cooked. Get nukes now.
We lost it to drugs, and they come in through the southern border, mostly the southern border. Plenty come in through Canada, too, by the way, in case you don't know. But they come in through the...
Lula, you need nukes. Brazil. If you want Lula Livre, you got to get the fucking nukes, man.
Southern border, and something's going to have to be done with
Canada, Cuba. Everybody needs nukes.
Mexico.
Why did you...
Everybody get nuclear now. Everybody needs to get nuclear immediately. Immediately. Or else you're fucking cooked.
And let's get right to the President of the United States, Donald Trump. President Trump, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning.
So you've had quite a busy evening. Tell us about it.
It was slightly busy, I would say. It was very dark all over, especially in Venezuela. The team did an incredible job. They rehearsed and practiced like nobody's ever seen. And I was told by real
Open
military
Presence, thank you
people
for the
that there's
25
no
gift
other
the
country
subs.
on earth.
Once again, the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. There are no ad breaks on the Piker Broadcasting Service, unlike many of the other Twitch streams that you watch on this platform. And because I don't run any ads, I don't even benefit from Twitch Turbo. So if you want to support the show, you can voluntarily subscribe for $6 a month with a regular Twitch subscription, or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime, or gift a sub to others in the community as well. Piker Broadcasting Service is for viewers like you. Thank you. Sponsored by viewers like you, and it is for viewers like you. Thank you.
That can do such a maneuver.
Yes, Rewind is enabled for subscribers. That's true. And you can send links. You can send me links. You can rewind. And not only that, but you can also, I guess that's it. You can use emotes around the platform.
Would have seen what happened. I mean, I watched it literally like I was watching a television show. And if you would have seen the speed, the violence, you know, they say that, the speed, the violence, they use that term. It's it was an amazing thing.
Legal Heritage, thank you for the 20 gifted.
Job that these people did. There's nobody else could have done anything like it.
You're at Mar-a-Lago right now. How were you able to watch this?
Well, we watched it from a room.
Seemingly on Twitter, actually. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, that's right. The Situation Room, photos came out of it, and they just had Twitter tabs open in the background. That's where we're at. Isn't that wonderful? They're just like us.
We had a room, and we watched it, and we watched every aspect of it. We were surrounded by lots of people, including generals, and they knew everything that was happening, and it was very
Yeah, White House is on OSINT Twitter. Zero OPSEC on OSINT Twitter. They're just fucking sitting around. Breaking. High-level sources in Venezuela tell Breakthrough News that Trump's press conference was an act of psychological warfare and to not believe a word about the leadership collaborating to turn over the country to White House control. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Complex, extremely complex, the whole maneuver, the landings, the number of aircraft, which were a massive number, the number of helicopters, a different type of helicopters, different type of fighter jets. We had a fighter jet for every possible situation. And they just broke in, and they broke into places that were not really able to be broke into, you know, with steel doors that were put there for just this reason. And they got taken out in a matter of seconds. I've never seen anything like it, actually.
And you were able to watch this in real time.
Yeah, and don't forget, I've done some pretty good ones in...
Yeah, bro, look at this. It just says Venezuela. They have 3 Twitter tabs open, and one of them just has the search bar, Venezuela. Okay? They were straight up looking at OSINT Twitter. Like, I was in bed doing the same thing that these fucking assholes were doing. Well, to be fair, it's fast as fuck to find on the ground stuff. Like, they were looking at that classic Arma footage that they play always with like the tracers trying to take out one of the Warthog, and they were like, "Oh my god, I thought they didn't have any air defenses. What's going on?"
I'm back.
Warthog, sorry. Shut up. ESL.
Terrorism conspiracy.
There is international reaction coming in as we speak tonight. Let's just look at Emmanuel Macron, the French president.
International reaction, that sounds great.
A while ago, suggesting another candidate, also saying that the people will not be free until the downfall of Nicolas Maduro's dictatorship. They can only rejoice. Suggesting here, Edmundo
I'm sorry,
Gonzalez,
DVA. We have to steal content from Hassan because he's the only person on the internet that doesn't care if you steal his content.
The candidate who stepped in after Maria Corina Machado was banned and went into hiding. International advisors saying a result was around 70% to the opposition and 30% to Nicolas Maduro. Having said that, what we heard a short while ago, President Trump saying that he wouldn't be supporting Maria Corina Machado for president. I spoke a short while ago to Noris Orgote Soto. She's in Caracas, a journalist for France 24. She was telling me about not just the moment she heard the bombings in Caracas this morning, but what it's like on the streets at the moment in the vacuum after the taking of Maduro.
There's not many people on the street. They were earlier this morning trying to purchase food and water and battery, everything that they can need in a catastrophic situation. But as of right now, we don't see many people on the street apart from, the military personnel that are still here.
Yeah, no, Hassanabi is great. He's freaking hilarious. I wish I could be more like him.
Like a small gathering manifestation from some of Maduro's political base supporters. But after that, everything remains really, really confusing for people. People are asking a lot of questions. I have my phone blowing up of people asking me what does it mean that the U.S. is taking control of the Venezuelan power, and all I could think to explain to them was the closest examples for me, which are Iraq and Afghanistan. These are the closest that I remember because they happened in my time, and this is pretty much what we could expect. But I don't see it like the Middle East situation, because Venezuela is not a divided country by religion or ethnicity. It's a very compact country in that sense. So you don't have these big religious or ethnic groups trying to oppose to a main power.
Yeah.
What we have is a huge political division, which was supported and even installed by Maduro's regime throughout all these years. But this is like what I can say of Venezuela at the moment.
I want to go to New York. I want to bring in Germania Rodriguez Polio, the Venezuelan-American journalist and writer. And also with us in the studio, we have Ketavan Gojestani, our international affairs editor. Germania, we'll start with you. Great to have you on the programme tonight, from a notable family of journalists, including your mother, Patricia, who I know was exiled, persecution under the Chavez regime and government, not just from harassments, death threats that she faced, but also from military persecution as well. Just tell me your thoughts, your reaction today to this extraordinary development, not just the operation itself, but what we heard from President Trump tonight.
It's been an insane day of emotions for millions of Venezuelans outside and inside of our country. I mean, to see Maduro flown out of Venezuela by U.S. forces to face justice for what he has done to my country, not only as president, but as part of the Chavez dictatorship for 26 years. We Venezuelans are elated that the Trump administration has arrested and will try Maduro.
Damn,
and his wife,
DVA. Hold
Celia,
on. Let me give you
in
the full spread
States.
then, since you asked. I made myself a turkey sandwich, turkey cheddar, with freaking iceberg lettuce. You can't see much of the lettuce. And then I got potato salad on the side. Is an all-American meal because it's American Victory Day. America's back, baby. We are putting our place in the world and letting everyone know that if you fuck around, you're going to find out. I'm sorry, no. It was just something quick.
It survived Hugo Chavez, and it can survive Maduro. So right now, we
GG.
Venezuelans are waiting to see what happens next. We were not happy to hear about Donald Trump discarding the idea of Maria Corina Machado being the leader of this movement because she was selected in a primary. And that is why the situation is so different to a regime change operation like that in Iraq and Afghanistan. We Venezuelans have a history of democracy. And last year, we overwhelmingly voted for Maduro to leave power and to return to democracy and the Western values that the majority of Venezuelans believe in.
It is very interesting what you're saying, Germania, particularly when at the same time we're watching images of Dulce Rodriguez, the vice president, who's just been giving a press conference. She's talked about calling on the Americans to release Maduro immediately. She was shown alongside her brother, Jorge Rodriguez, the foreign and defense ministers together there. So a united position, but do you sense there is a public and private back channel that might be different here? What we are being told, the fact that the US administration say on the one hand that this is their transition, and also the fact that you have Dulce Rodriguez, the vice president, as you pointed to a second ago, there appears to be this back channel communication where perhaps it's slightly not transparent right now what's really going on.
I have been warning for weeks that both first world experts, as I call them, and first world media, including the New York Times, have been positioning Delcy Rodriguez as a moderate to lead this transition. It's notable that Delcy and her brother Jorge, while they are sanctioned by the US, they have not been indicted on drug trafficking charges. Now, it's important to remember that the people ruining Venezuela right now is the Cuban regime. The Cuban regime wouldn't let Maduro leave. There is definitely pieces of this
That's
puzzle
crazy.
that we are
The
missing.
Cuban regime wouldn't let Maduro leave. I was under the impression that if Maduro left, he was donezo no matter what. I didn't know Cuba had that much power over the leader of Venezuela.
With you for a transition, we Venezuelans know that a transition under Delcy Rodriguez is not a hopeful one for us.
Germania, stay with us. Let's bring Ketavan into this very interesting point, particularly when we then think back to that press conference a short while ago, and we heard from Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, saying that this $50 million bounty on the head of Maduro, we saved it. We didn't need to use it. You followed the US government. You used to be a Washington correspondent. Your sense of what's going on behind the scenes at the moment?
Look, clearly there's something odd when you are pushing and going for regime change. The automatic sort of logical decision for the United States after getting rid of Nicolas Maduro, which was someone who, as Marco Rubio said, was not the legitimate leader of Venezuela because they didn't recognize the elections that he supposedly won. So the logical result of that would be to go towards the opposition, which from that press conference doesn't seem to be where the Americans are going because, as Donald Trump said, he believes that Maria Corina Machado doesn't have the respect and support of the people in Venezuela, which a lot of people who cover and know Venezuela would tell you is not the case at all.
Really?
Even if she doesn't have 100% support, she's clearly somebody who is a figure and who, according to the Americans, at least the opposition in general, won the elections in 2024. So if it's not Machado, it could have been Edmundo González Urrutia, but they're not going for the opposition. They are going for, as your guest just said, the right-hand woman of Maduro in the vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, and they're could be an explanation there, which goes to something else that Donald Trump said in this press conference. This
Manny
idea
Machado.
of, we're not afraid of having boots on the ground, but we know that Donald Trump doesn't really like and want to have American boots on the ground anywhere in abroad. How do you take over a country without having boots on the ground if you are getting rid of the leadership? That means that you have the apparatus that is working with you, i.e. the vice president, but also, very importantly, the Venezuelan army and all of the apparatus that was built over the past two or more decades under Chavez and under Maduro. You cannot do that without them if you don't want to have your own boots on the ground. So either you go in full force of the American army and you get rid of everybody and you start from scratch, if you will, or you need some part of that apparatus to work with you. And that looks, at least for now, from what we've heard about this good conversation between Rubio and Rodriguez, that could be where this is going, that she has, in a way, sort of said, we will work with you, we will give you what you want in exchange for you not to do the same thing to me that you just did to Nicolas Maduro.
So, very interesting points, to which officially we just heard Dulce Rodriguez, the Vice President, giving a press conference, as I mentioned, calling for calm unity to defend the country. We heard from the British government a short while ago saying that they advise against any travel for British citizens. A number of European countries have said this today to Venezuela. Germania, you must be a number of things in your head right now, I'm sure, to work out the next steps. What things do you think we should be aware of? And I'm struck by a couple of issues. On the ground in Venezuela, you have the Colombian president saying that they're trying to reinforce the border in case people start to leave. Is there going to be a push-pull factor there? And also tell us about what you're thinking, not just about Dulce Rodriguez, but whether we should be thinking about Diosdado Caballo as well, another figure, sanctions interior minister. Do they work in cahoots? What's your thoughts about those going forward?
I'm glad that you and your guests are very, very informed, because Diosdado Cabello is another character that needs to be taken care of here if there's going to be any transition. And they are part of different factions. Diosdado is part of one faction of Chavismo. The Rodriguez, the sinister siblings, as we Venezuelans call them, are part of a different faction that's closer to Cuba. You spoke about the Colombian guerrillas, the ELN, which has been given free reign by Maduro in Venezuela. That is going to be part of what happens in the next couple of days. If you notice, even Diosdado Cabello, who you showed his image, he appeared not with military officers, but with police officers from the torture police, the SEBIN. They have also used their armed groups, which are called the colectivos. That's who they rely on. Extra official, irregular guerrilla groups like
are the collective, but they are the like undercover police force, military that goes out there and does like psyops when people are protesting against Maduro. The colectivo like goes and instigates. They pretend to be rioters that are being violent, so that way the actual military has proper justification to go in and shut down the protest, even if they were peaceful. So there's a lot of bureaucracy and institutions that relied on Maduro being in power. And I think she's kind of right. Germania Rodriguez Polio is right in saying that just having the vice president take over is just meaning more of the status quo probably. I don't know how much she is willing to work with Trump, but it has to be less than Maduro, but still a better situation for Trump, because he doesn't really have to do any real democracy rebuilding in Venezuela if they just let whoever's there take over. That's why earlier I was saying that is probably what is going to happen. It's the path of least resistance for Trump, where he still looks good and can play off this, oh yeah, I took out this horrible dictator, and maybe the entire conditions for Venezuelans don't actually change because, it's still the same Chavista leadership.
Of friends and colleagues in Venezuela, in Caracas, have you been getting today? What sort of reaction about people, whether they, how they're feeling, what they think could happen next?
Not only today, but throughout this whole operation that has given us hope now for weeks. Like I said, Venezuelans will message me, my audience. They are scared they tell me, I appreciate everything that you're saying. Please tell the world that we need help, but I can't like it because I'm scared that they're going to come for me. They are scared to like a post. But I just went on Instagram Live, and what I'm telling you right now, people telling me, we hear the colectivos. We would love to go out and support what's happening and tell the world really how we feel, but we're scared. But they support the arrest of Maduro, and they do not support a transition under Delcy Rodriguez, who's been present as our political prisoners are tortured. So it's, days ago, the U.S. media was sharing a poll saying that Venezuelans inside Venezuela didn't support a U.S. operation. It's very important for the citizens of democracies to understand that those polls inside a brutal dictatorship like Venezuela, well, they put you in jail for liking the wrong tweet, cannot be trusted. Sadly, there's no solid way of conducting a poll about how Venezuelans feel about what's going on right now. But I can tell you from my DMs that they support it, they're scared.
We don't even have American embassy in Venezuela
Really
anymore.
good to talk to you
We
tonight.
shut that down in
Thank you,
2019.
Maria Rodriguez Poleo. We will talk again soon, I have no doubt. Thank you for your time this evening. Ketan, just listening to that extraordinary account. And it's interesting. This is as Germania raised, an historic moment. We don't know what's coming next. It's playing out in real time. As we saw the extraordinary image of Maduro cuffed, blindfolded. And yet we're seeing a kind of surprised mixed reaction from not just international leaders, but European leaders as well tonight. Not sure how to approach this.
Well, yes, because while it is clear that a lot of Venezuelans are very happy that Nicolas Maduro is gone, and a lot of countries, even European countries, are not crying over Nicolas Maduro being ousted and removed from his position. However, the way it was done, as Germania was just saying, the way it was done is what is causing some concern. Not just the fact that you're removing one arm of the regime to keep another, but also just the simple fact that right now, we don't really know, or there are questions about the legality of what the United States has done. And that is what we heard from the French president, for example, Emmanuel Macron, as well as the Spanish prime minister, both underlining the fact that they were very happy to see a dictator gone, but they could not support and legitimize what the Americans had done because it went against international law. And what you're starting to see right now, and we heard it during the press conference, especially coming from Marco Rubio, who knows exactly what words he's using, as opposed to Donald Trump, who really goes off the cuff. He was very focused, as was actually Dan Kane, the chairman. They were both very focused on this idea that it was a law enforcement operation supported by the U.S. military, because that is their legal justification. And Marco Rubio said that. He said that Nicolas Maduro was not a leader. He was a fugitive of U.S. justice. And therefore, this was American law enforcement going and applying a warrant to arrest a criminal and bring him back to justice. This was not the U.S. military going and ousting a legitimate leader. That is how the Trump administration is framing it, because they know that if they frame it another way, they would have needed congressional approval, which they did not.
Did I mute myself? Deviate said, so it's both things, it seems. Yes, Maduro should be removed, but also U.S. is in the wrong, as well as in terms of how it happened and the possible plan for Venezuela moving forward. Yeah. The only way for America to like stay in the clear, I mean, we already did something bad, but we could stop doing bad things if we just let Venezuela take it over, or we took care of Maduro and that's it. Damn, this poor old lady. Oh, this is Switzerland.
Swiss authorities are taking off.
So yeah, is bad both ways. It's a complex situation, but I don't know, man. It really depends on how America and how the Trump administration decides to take care, like run Venezuela after the fact. That's really what matters. And because it could be more adding on to the war crimes, or it could be, you know, something good where they're actually restoring democracy and restoring like industry, you know, bringing in development, whether it's you know, I know it's neoliberalism, I know it's imperialistic, but at the end of the day, if oil companies set up shop there and reinvest in the infrastructure and reinvest in you know, developing the oil extraction fields or whatever the hell it is, they're going to need people to do those jobs, and those people are going to be Venezuelans. And so, you know, as terrible as it is, Maduro was going to have to go anyways. His time was limited. Just like with Hugo Chavez, everyone was waiting for when, you know, he was going to lose power. And you lose power by dying or by getting, you know, removed from office forcefully. And it just so happened that this is the, you know, one of the more extreme options where the United States went in and removed a dictator forcefully. And it sounds like Donald Trump doesn't have a plan, because they said that they're talking about getting restoring, you know, whoever's going to run the Venezuela, they're gonna they have a lot to do. And it's going to be difficult because they need support. Not only they have to restore the entirety of trust from the people, trust between the people of Venezuela and their government. And they're not going to trust an imperialistic Yankee regime, right? They're not going to trust more of Maduro Chavista regimes. When I say Chavista, I mean that's just like the movement that Hugo Chavez started. Nicolas Maduro is just a continuation of the Chavista Chavez rule, right? So it was waiting to fall for the longest time. It just was a matter of time, you know. Who knows? Maybe Trump and Marco Rubio and the rest of the Trump administration really genuinely were like, Maduro, here's your last off ramp. Take it, and you or you won't be offered anything again. And you know, he ignored it. And so, like Pete Hegseth said, fuck around and find out. And unfortunately, that's what happened to Maduro. And it's it's bad, you know. I don't want to see him. Yankee doesn't oppress people. I don't want to see Maduro tied up like this, you know. Some of y'all, maybe older people in chat, will remember when Gaddafi was taken out, and how in Egypt or Libya, I forget which one it was. When Gaddafi was taken out, and literally people celebrated by like marching his severed head through the street, or maybe that was Saddam Hussein. I don't remember exactly, but the Venezuelan people don't even have a chance to do that. As far as the Venezuelan people are concerned, it's still a Chavista regime. It's still Maduro in charge, and it's not going to end up good for Venezuelans, because they're still going to be fleeing their country, because, you know, it was barely being held together. Maduro was barely holding together the country of the Venezuela. More Venezuelans were fleeing, like more Venezuelans live outside of Venezuela than inside Venezuela, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And I don't think America is up for the task. We just wanted the glory.
Nobel de la Paz, María Corina Machado. Si me permite, le voy a leer parte de este comunicado que ha enviado a través de la red social X, y dice así: Nicolás Maduro desde hoy enfrenta la justicia internacional por los crímenes atroces cometidos contra los venezolanos y contra ciudadanos de muchas otras naciones. Ante su negativa a aceptar una salida negociada, el gobierno de Estados Unidos ha cumplido su promesa de hacer valer la ley. Llegó la hora de que la soberanía popular y la soberanía nacional rijan en nuestro país.
See, literally the people in Caracas are in support of bringing Maduro back still. Those people are not ready for democracy if they still are supporting an authoritarian dictator regime.
Los que arriesgamos todo por la democracia el 28 de julio, los que elegimos a Edmundo González Urrutia como legítimo presidente de Venezuela, quien debe asumir de inmediato su mandato constitucional y ser reconocido como comandante en jefe de la Fuerza Armada Nacional por todos los oficiales y soldados que la integran. Hoy estamos preparados para hacer valer nuestro mandato y tomar el poder. Permanezcamos vigilantes, activos y organizados hasta que se concrete la transición democrática. Una transición que nos necesita a todos, y la palabra todos está con mayúsculas. A los venezolanos que están dentro de nuestro país estén listos para poner en marcha lo que muy pronto les vamos a comunicar a través de nuestros canales oficiales. A los venezolanos que están en el exterior, los necesitamos movilizados, activando a los gobiernos y ciudadanos del mundo y comprometiéndolos desde ya a la gran operación de construcción de la nueva Venezuela. En estas horas decisivas reciban todos mi fuerza, mi confianza y mi cariño. Seguimos todos alertas y en contacto. Venezuela será libre. Vamos de la mano de Dios hasta el final. Atentamente, María Corina Machado, 3 de enero del 2026. Y después de haber leído este primer comunicado de la líder opositora María Corina Machado, nosotros hacemos una muy breve pausa comercial, pero regresamos con más de esta transmisión especial de la captura de Nicolás Maduro. No se vaya.
Okay, let's if you live long enough, you summon Beebs. If you're on live long enough, you summon Beebs, yes. He's following his other mommy right now. He doesn't want to hang out with me. He just came to get water and left. All right, let's check back in with Hassan maybe. Oh, he's eating too. Boo. Oh, yeah, no. I have 4 cats.
They just handed Taiwan and China on a silver platter. There's
okay, yeah. Hassan's not covering anything interesting. Yeah, thank you. I love cats. I would have a dog if I could have a dog, but we just don't have the space. You only have 1 kitty, and that's Valkyrie. That's cute. Oh shit, Zoran Mamdani is live. Let's see what he says real quick.
Who went out and pounded the pavement. That pavement now will change.
Okay, it's just more. Congrats. Here, let's see what ABC News
We're learning
says.
more about the details of this operation, including that 150 aircrafts were involved in the attack.
150 aircraft were involved? That's
this
crazy.
Is just an incredibly complex attack, no question about it. Like, I mean, you're talking about...
She follows me everywhere around the house. That's cute. You got a Velcro kitty, I think is what they're called, because they stick to you like Velcro. That's how Beebs is. He'll stick to whoever's around and follow them around. You know, keep eye on what we're doing, I guess.
Carrying out a highly specific, highly technical raid to capture and extract a sitting head of state with all kinds of security, who, by the way, was planning for this kind of thing for months because they've been staring at thousands of U.S. troops just miles off of their coast, knowing that this kind of thing was possible. So the fact that this raid worked, the fact that this was carried out, the fact that there were just a few injuries involved from the United States, the fact that no military equipment from the United States apparently was lost in this raid is truly remarkable, and probably it is a testament to the professionalism of the U.S. military members involved in all of this. I think the question now, and setting aside what the U.S. military did here, is what happens next. And that is the question that we don't seem to have an answer from, Ike, at the moment, from the President of the United States. Maybe there is a plan. Maybe there's more detail to be had out there that he didn't put into a press conference. We simply don't know. But that lack of a detail, I can tell you from the Venezuelans with whom I'm speaking on a regular basis throughout all of this, they're concerned about it. On the one hand, they're thrilled that Maduro is gone. They did not vote for this man. They did not like this man. They did not want him to be their head of state. But they are not exactly convinced that the United States should be coming in there and administering their country for them when they feel that they had legitimate elections last year that would have a government available to run that country. So there are major, major questions at this point, no question about it. After
if we wanted to intervene, we should have intervened immediately after the election that that was rigged in Maduro's favor. That would have been the time to intervene.
Job that these people did. There's nobody else could have done anything like it.
You're at Mar-a-Lago right now. How were you able to watch this?
Well, we watched it from a room. We had a room, and we watched it, and we watched every aspect of it. We were surrounded by lots of people, including generals, and they knew everything that was happening, and it was very complex. Extremely complex.
You know, I had to bring up the Philly D. We gotta know what this libertarian's point of view is, and then we'll get to reading the Substack article from alt-right conservative that I want to read.
For every possible situation, and they just broke in, and they broke into places that were not really able to be broke into. You know.
How does he describe everything in detail while saying it in the vaguest terms? We're going to continue this really quick, but I just want to get ahead of this. To the people sending super chats, thank you very much. We have Bosch1 saying, huge shout out to the No New Wars president, by the way. 3 years into the new year, immediately bombed a country. Someone get this man a second FIFA Peace Prize. Then we have Jay Shua saying, thank you for the 20. Genuinely, what the hell are American people supposed to do? This is just insanity, and the fact that Congress won't do a fucking thing pisses me off so bad. I'm tired of pretending this is normal. Let's see. I followed you for 18 plus years. Very grateful for your coverage throughout the years. Can you please don't call Maduro a president? He's a dictator. Sorry, it was a little misspelled. Solid Huego, thank you for the 10. We have. So I will say this is what's very interesting is seeing a lot of the different reactions, not from people in the chat, but from world leaders that are like, "Fuck Maduro," but we're really scared what precedent this sets up. Here we go. We have George Classic. Thank you for the 499.
So true.
Brit, as a Brit, I'm genuinely worried about this. Could this start of Mexico-Colombia hostility to the U.S.? Did Congress approve? Help me understand, Phil. We're going to be breaking it down a little bit here, but we are going to be talking about this, obviously, next week when the Philip DeFranco show is back. I'm going to still try and get through on this. We have the Real Just Saint. Thank you for 10, saying, I'm mixed on this. I have no faith that this won't be another Iraq, Afghanistan, or Libya. I doubt he has any plans for power vacuum left in place of Maduro. Didn't we learn anything from the past? So I am very interested to see how this is going to play out. We've seen the opposition party there saying we are ready to take charge. Joining us, he was going to come in after President Trump hopped on. He's hopping onto my pod. No, address the nation. Alex, I know you're waking up right now. What is what are your feelings? What's your take? I know you said you got a lot of people messaging you to join the stream.
So I got hammered last night. I was like, oh, let me get hammered and go to bed. And then I stayed up till 2 a.m. because I never do that. And I think it was like 1:58. I fell asleep, and then all of the texts start pouring in at like 2:02. So I woke up to war, and here we are, everybody. Here we are. I'm already seeing all of the bots online starting to roll out. I'm already seeing the counter programming happening. I think everybody is enjoying it's day three of 2026, and I already miss 2025. Bring her back, Phil.
Oh,
Bring back
no.
the halcyon days of 2025.
Well, I know that you said bring back the days of 2025, but a very 2026 image just got posted, and that
What
is
the fuck?
Trump has released a photo of Maduro in U.S. custody.
Oh my God.
So that is what's on screen right now. Ben, did he just slack it or not slack it? Once again, it just sounds like we're like he accidentally. If we were right wingers, it would sound like we have a secret Slack with the Trump administration. Do you see this?
I see it.
You just put it on Truth
watching,
Social.
I'm watching your feed on like a 15-second delay. So if anything you say, I'm hearing you in real time, and I'm watching you with a slight delay. So when you're like, "Oh, just drop this image," when it pulls
Yeah,
up,
that's what frustrates me about this term is that people are just passing this on as normal when it's not. Yeah,
If you make that
it's
comparison, it's playing out better for
not
men,
normal. It's so like I know they keep saying everything that Trump does is unprecedented, but it really freaking is.
Chat said he looks like,
And that's really cute that Valkyrie's making biscuits. You gotta pay her for her labor.
What if they accidentally got Dr. Disrespect? They thought they got Maduro.
No, because Dr. Disrespect will never face justice.
No,
Damn, Dr. Disrespect.
Could you imagine? They were like, "How do we get Maduro? We stream sniped him. Like, come on."
Dude, I just really quick, I just gotta say,
Stream snipe
one,
Maduro.
props to Alex for hopping on the day after having a hangover, or the morning of having a hangover. But also, props to me for being brave enough to have a hungover Alex Perlman on the podcast on the main channel. Yeah, very dangerous. Very
They
dangerous.
gave me a live mic. Hit that Steiner. Hit the Steiner math.
We don't even do the Crashing Out podcast live because I'm like, wait.
No, I think this is. I'm already seeing. Can I just tell you, Phil? I'm seeing so many parallels already to Iraq, but we're doing it in like stupid reverse order because there are they're trying to now backfill so many of the same excuses they used last time. I'm already seeing now. Is Maduro a bad guy? Maybe, I don't know, possibly, because it's hard to tell because we're so used to dealing with how many lies out of not only this administration, but just in general, U.S. foreign policy about so many different things. So I'm just like sitting here just like, I don't know. I will tell you that this is going to be bad in the long term because I don't feel like they have any sort of plan on how to even install a government there that will be able to stabilize the situation. I think we're just going to end up seeing more refugees. I think we're just going to end up seeing more difficulty on the international scale because now, you know, as many people are saying, what's to stop Xi from taking Taiwan? What's to stop Putin now internationally from just saying, oh, well, we have a warrant for Zelensky?
Yeah.
What's to stop any of these different guys? We're using the same justification now that many dictators have used to invade their neighbors over the years, including actually Saddam Hussein invading Kuwait all the way back in the 90s. And they're trying to paint this similar to Noriega in Panama, but that was like that more people were on board for that. And we also weren't a tottering power at that point. So I just think this is just insane.
Yeah, I think the only thing that I would divert from is I'd probably upgrade the maybe to I think Maduro is a we want to say a baddie in the negative way, not in the other TikTok way. I think it's very, I feel like it should be very easy to say that, and then to your point, I think that it is more questionable about what happened and what it means for, like you said, what does it mean with Taiwan? What does it mean with, I mean, I will say, what does it mean with Russia? But also with Russia calling things out, I'm like, okay, pot calling the kettle black. This is, what do you mean we have to respect sovereignty, Russia? I was like, stop it.
Yeah, exactly. No, this is just going to be one of those things where the what about game is going to roll out forever. I will say, I'm seeing in the chat, I'm reading your chat right now, and I just want to tell you something right now. I think we have a Maduro is a baddie. It might be a merch.
No, I'm not making Maduro. That's not how we're starting 2026. Philip DeFranco launched Maduro is a baddie, and it's like just Maduro on like attractive females' faces.
But one thing I will say though also is if he's claiming that this is due to international crimes or even all these other different things, then with the Netanyahu traveling to America constantly, what people are screaming for his arrest at the International Criminal Court. I mean, it's just like it plays into these things so heavily, so wildly. I think for me, I'm seeing a lot of people who are screaming, because I'm watching your comments kind of fly by, but also just seeing where everything is online. A lot of people are saying, removing a dictator is good, which, yes, I've also, though, lived through us doing this multiple times and then the fallout from it not being good. So I don't know. I don't believe that this Pentagon, I don't believe that this president, I don't believe that this administration has a plan that has been fully thought through, which is just going to keep kind of building on that.
Yeah.
It's going to keep destabilizing the region and the world.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Oh my God. Okay, sorry. I was bringing up a report that Russia asked the United States to release Maduro and his wife, and then just underneath there's a Joker gif. I forgot that I gotta be careful about what the hell is on. The public square. We're good. That was a safe one.
Yeah. Well, it's a peanut.
No, I mean,
so
apparently showing this picture of Maduro blindfolded and handcuffed is bad too. So.
So we're still. I want to say that's the other part that's fun because when you initially texted about, do you want to join us? I don't know.
Here, let's see. Let's watch the Marco Rubio part.
But I want to be clear about one thing. Nicolas Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this. He was provided multiple very, very, very generous offers and chose instead to act like a wild man, chose instead to play around. And the result is what we saw tonight. The other message here is the following. You have a guy, like many people around the world, they like to play games. You have a guy who decides he's going to invite Iran into his country, is going to, do the confiscation of American oil companies, is going to flood our country with gang members, is going to take
Those
Americans
are all
prisoner and try to
lies.
hold them for hostage and trade them like he was able to do with the Biden administration. Basically likes to play games all this time and thinks nothing's going to happen. And I hope what people now understand is that we have a president. The 47th president of the United States is not a game player. When he tells you that he's going to do something, when tells you he's going to
He's not a game
problem,
player. He's not a
means it.
team player.
He actions it.
I know,
I
little
can
Marco
tell you, I've watched this
Rubio.
process now for
He
14, 15
the
years, been
mic
around
covers
it.
up his
Everybody
face.
talks, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. When I get there, we're going to do this, we're going to take. This is a president of action. Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is the way it's going to play out, and I think people need to understand it.
I'm sorry, Marco Rubio going, now you know. Like, I want that as a little meme thing of, if you don't know, now you know.
Letters and press conferences, and if he says he's serious about something, he means it. And this is something that was a direct threat to the national interest of the United States, and the president addressed it. This is a president of peace, by the way. I told you what I just said earlier. This guy had multiple opportunities.
I know. We're working on it.
He could have been living somewhere else right now, very happy. But instead, he wanted to.
We need
play
more
big boy.
subscribers.
So now, he's got other sets of problems on his hands.
Oh, okay. Time to plug. Time to
but I
plug.
think
Yeah.
The message here.
All right. If you're watching live, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Definitely leave some messages in chat. If you're subscribed, you can chat live. If not, if you're watching this, not live, feel free to leave a comment in the comments. What do you think about this Venezuela situation? Do you think Trump made the right move? Do you think Trump made the right calls? Do you think the Trump administration is doing the right thing here? Or maybe you think, Maduro should have been left in power? Any Maduro supporters? I don't know. Like, leave a comment with your description. I mean, leave a comment with your thoughts on this whole situation. But yeah. Hit subscribe.
Millions of dollars. It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly.
Okay, so Philip DeFranco didn't even react to anything Marco Rubio said, which is what I was. Okay, here let's just hear Philip's response.
Is what the fuck? Those are the first words that come to mind. Is what the actual fuck was that? Here, let me. I gotta mute that feed. That's crazy. That's apparently the United States is going to run Venezuela, whatever the hell that means. There's going to be a group, nondescript group. Apparently that's going to be Rubio. I saw all the memes of I always wanted to be president. I didn't think it was going to be the president of Venezuela. Thought it was a joke. Thought it was a joke. Did not think that that was actually going to be what we dealt with. 1 second. I'm going to enable. There were people asking me to enable text-to-speech for 50 and up super chats, but on that note, I do want to go through a bunch of the super chats that we're getting
Subscriber get vectored. Thank you, DV8.
Chronologically, and we got to talk about it. And I think we're going to try and get Alex back at some point. Though I imagine he is yelling at an iPhone screen. I need to put out a short around this as well. But let's go. We have. Arch Didi saying, when you cover this next week, can you make sure to cover some of the claims about U.S. oil companies? Some research of mine shows it might actually be legit. They were seizing assets. We're going to be talking about the oil companies and oil. I mean, for all the talk about drugs and it killing Americans, you could always tell that he was coming back to the oil, the wealth in the ground. And we're going to give it to the people and also us. And also us. Don't ask about the split. Also,
but like
opposition leader got
I don't know.
thrown under the
I feel
bus.
like again, I know I'm hammering hard on this. It can't be the oil thing. So big egg on my face if it turns out just to be all about the oil. But like, It's not. I don't think it's about the oil. I think it's just about looking good. I think it's about presenting completing this Trump administration's persona, right? This was like the final thing that they needed. They needed to let the world know that they do not mess around, and that if you're a head of state, you will be taken out. You will be taken out. So I don't know. Like I said, I still don't think it's about the oil.
Saying they do not have the support. But we're going to keep going. Let's see. I'm going to try and... There were a lot of super chats. Thank you for everyone supporting the stream. I'm going to try and at least hit the ones that are 10 and up. I saw one that was like 50 and I missed because it was right as Trump was talking. Mark Ain't Shit said, at least, thank you for the 10. At least Bush was smart enough to use a national tragedy to invade for oil. That's your takeaway. The Real Just Saint, thank you for the 10. So either the oil companies knew about this before Congress, or they're now hearing about their alleged involvement in rebuilding Venezuela's oil production infrastructure, and there was no plan. Karis Maiden, hydration reminder. I saw this during the stream, and that was why I ended up drinking. Hydration reminder. Take care of yourself, folks. They let Trump speak again. It
I'll
might be
drink too, I guess.
A while still from Canada. Sorry you're going through this. Here's the thing. The problem is with America, whatever's happening in America is also being done, or everyone else is going to have to deal with it, is what I mean to say. Draken says...
Yeah, this is not just an isolated incident.
The world. There's been talk about what the reaction is, and we also need to see what the full reaction is and how things continue to play out on the ground in Venezuela, as well as there are people talking about Venezuelans in America. One of my main things is, like, with anything, we have to see how things play out. I also do not like throwing... you get into a very scary territory when you're like, well, someone is insert nationality, insert whatever, so that's where they stand. So we're going to have to see what's happening there. Mr. Pocket, Avon saying, thank you for the 10. This wonderful USA is nowhere near being Venezuela with or without Trump. How dare he lower the quality of greatness of this country by claiming that without him, American land will not thrive. We got Broke Gamer, thank you for the 10. Keep it for yourself. So he straight up said that this is all for oil. That was my take. Senpai GKU 3155.
Dude, how do people just like, they're like, oh my God, I love Philly D. Let me send him $20. How do I get on that level?
And then 2, are we seeing anything in the aftermarkets? I have not gotten a response yet, but that's obviously one aspect of this that we're going to be paying attention to as well. The Coyote Kid, thank you for the 10, saying, so we're going to see another de-Ba'athification purge of Venezuelan government like we saw in the Iraq War, because that turned out amazing with no consequences whatsoever. Real is 12, thank you for the 20. Actually, I'll also, let me close this window and we can get into some of marks. Looks like he was listening while BB was in his throat. Oh, God. Jesus. This sounds a lot like a new defensive, not war. Something extreme happens, which only gets upped into a larger screw-up when the other side wins. We'll see. Oh, let's see. No?
Yeah, he was an OG YouTuber that wasn't canceled.
Nothing, Adam. Nothing, Adam. You fucking idiot. Chat. So, yeah, so you can do text-to-speech. If you do over 50, I didn't think anyone was actually going to do it, but I appreciate you, and we'll see. Oh my God, really? You're coming in full camera?
I'm doing it. I have to come in full camera. This is a lunatic time. I'm here. Hello. Hi, everybody. How are we feeling?
Hi, friend Alex.
I feel like everything is somehow worse after hearing that press conference.
Did you? What was your initial reaction when he said,
honestly,
gonna run
the press conference just like confirmed all the fears.
We're just doing 2003 again. This is just 2003.
Yeah.
This is stupider 2003. History repeats itself. First as a tragedy, then as farce.
It's a stupider and I would argue easier 2003.
A lot more Benadryl.
Philly Franco.
God, this is, I don't know. And then I got to ask you, I was mentioning it. I don't know if you were getting everything ready. Any words for your friend Adam Kinzinger?
I heard that. I heard that for a second as I went to go put on this hoodie to hide the way I feel about my body.
Oh, stop.
Fuck you, Adam. No, it's the next year. Number one is Donald Trump stating repeatedly, we are in the oil business.
Yes.
When asked why we are there. And then the second one, which you actually was one of the few times you went on mic during that entire thing, was when Rubio said, when talking about Cuba, quote, it's run by incompetent, senile men. It has no economy and is in collapse. Democrats, whatever Democratic comms people that are watching this, clip the fuck out of that and put scary TikTok music in the background.
Damn, Philly D got donated $99 in a super chat. I dream for those days. We don't even have access to super chat yet because I have such few subscribers. Sorry, I'm being a little jealous right now, I think. But that's crazy.
During all of this, while threatening other countries, he was also threatening American cities. He was like, we did it in Venezuela. We did good things in Memphis. Maybe we'll go back to LA. Maybe we'll do this. Like, he just kept bringing it up. So,
we could go back to Trump could go back to LA and
such crazy directions. He talked about Colorado, Memphis, Tennessee, Louisiana.
Yeah.
Then he let Pete Hegseth came up, and I noticed Pete Hegseth basically talks in CrossFit motivational posters.
Yes.
He's like, our war fighters.
He was so pumped to say, "Fuck around, find out."
Yep, he was making it, trying to make it happen.
Also, really quick, I gotta say, well,
did he actually say it? I was tuning out sometimes.
maybe
He did
I'm
say it.
hallucinating. I'm pretty sure.
He did
found
say
out.
it.
So he did FAFO. I don't know if he cursed. Really quick, I also
No,
have to
he
say,
cursed for
if
real.
you are doing something to the point where it's doing text to speech. I'm not talking to you, Alex. Understand, Alex can't hear you, and so he's not cutting you off. But Jay Brogley's said, "You guys help keep me sane. Trump is doing everything to create his legacy. He knows he's not going to be here long and is trying to leave his mark. It also means that the world will blame us for all of his crimes." This is, I don't know. I wanted to say that because they threw around too much money for me to ignore. But yes, back to your.
This is spoken like a true libertarian.
Crash out.
Okay, well, which anybody listening to this, remember, check out Crashing Out Podcast wherever you listen to podcasts.
Both of us.
Here on YouTube, on Spotify, on whatever other app that isn't currently running ICE ads. Good luck. Anyway, so they kept bringing up repeatedly that Maduro was indicted in 2020 and that he will now be held. And they use this as proof of him being a dictator, and they use this as proof of the reason why this invasion.
But he's like, I think
was
charging him with narco-terrorism ain't
will be
it.
taken to the Southern District of New York. Which I just want to do like a quick rewind to like 2023.
It is your cat is in loaf mode. That's great. Make some bread slices.
I just want to point that out.
No, it's so cold today, so all the cats are like, being really cuddly. They've been in little balls and loaves, covering their little feet, so they don't get cold. Yeah, I need to be in loaf mode right now too.
Why they didn't notify Congress? He said, "quote We didn't notify Congress because this was actually a law enforcement operation." You guys know that?
Yeah.
You guys know? I know they also made a big deal about leaks, but their big thing now is this wasn't military. Those were police Scud missiles, I think.
I gotta say that I've never. One of their defenses was essentially girl math. They were like, "We saved $50 million by invading
It was
a country."
girl math. It totally was girl math. Freaking Marco Rubio was like, "Well, we had that bounty on Maduro's head, and well, now I guess we don't have to waste $50 million." And freaking Donald Trump was like, "Yeah, we should keep that money for sure. Nobody deserves it. We deserve it." I'm like, Donald Trump's really going to be like, try to turn in this dude to his own government and claim those $50 million.
It was a BOGO deal, okay? We can bomb Iran, Venezuela. It's buy one, get one.
So here's the thing, and once again, I know that we hate but also love speculation. Do you think his base? Do you think his base rolls with this? Especially because apparently we
yes, 100%.
We're gonna. It's not. It wasn't. You say what?
That's the thing. Which base? Because his base is already fractured into multiple camps. The Tucker Candace wing.
Yeah.
And like
what is the Tucker Candace?
Tulsi true believers are all having a hard time right now.
Yeah.
They're all having a very hard time. Nick Fuentes is already joking about. So that wing, I think, is the America First. The real, because even Hegseth tried. No, this is America First. They tried explaining how this is America First during this thing. They're going to get carved off. They're going to get carved off in a way, and you're going to see a lot of, especially I want to say the isolationist wing of the Republican Party. I think we'll actually see more older congressmen take a leap. I think a bunch of them are going to retire.
Stop.
On the Republican side and you're going to see some difficulty from the
putting
ones
Marvin
who are
Beek
younger
away
because they understand. I think the ones that actually read their comment sections, who go on apps that aren't Twitter, they're going to understand. We've seen Mike Lee already jump 3 times. Mike Lee is doing cat turd moves right now, right? This morning he was like, no, it'd be illegal. Oh, no, my God, it's great. Epic base, sir. Like Mike Lee can't decide where he wants to be on this because he hasn't poured enough creamer into his Coca-Cola yet. But
hey, don't bash dirty soda in an attempt to go after Mike Lee. Here on the note of Candace Owens. Dirty soda is the best thing that came from that group. Candace Owens said, Venezuela has been liberated like Syria, Afghanistan, and Iraq were liberated. The CIA has staged another hostile takeover of a country at the behest of globalist psychopaths. That's it. That is what's happening always, everywhere. Zionists cheer every regime change. There has never been a single regime change that Zionists have not applauded because it means they get to steal land, oil, and other resources. Hope this helps.
Dang. Okay, that was a tweet from Candace Owens.
Or gentrifying the term colonizer. Or imperialist, all those words also work there. Like, I think that's the thing, is I think a lot of the people involved with all of this stuff, this is empire. Like, I said it in the TikTok I posted. By the way, when you put me, I think you hung up the Slack.
Yeah.
So I watched the first 10 minutes of this with a smooth jazz backtrack because I didn't know, I've never done a Slack huddle before. And so it was like waiting for another person. So he's up there falling asleep and we're in the oil business and it's a great thing. 25,000 Americans.
tweeting, "Hey Russia, look what our military can do versus yours."
Oh, fuck.
Stupid.
God damn it. I hate him so much.
And there were all those Dems. There were all those Dems cheering. They go, "Adam Kinzinger, we love this guy."
Oh my God! It's just because everyone wants their Republican dad to like them. Listen, the problem I have is that at the end of the speech, which Kinzinger's applauding right now, at the very end of all of that, those questioning, Trump accidentally threatened to murder Putin. Did you heard that? Right?
Wait, no,
I did not hear
heard,
that.
That he's not happy with him. Yeah.
Yeah.
He said, "I'm not thrilled with Putin." But at the end, Trump said, "quote That war would not have gone this long if we were involved." And he basically said we would take out one of the leaders if I get truly involved. He's trying to madman the world.
It's gonna be Zelensky, though.
He said something about cocaine in South. I don't remember which country else he was threatening down there. They threatened Cuba. Yesterday he threatened Iran. He's threatening basically the peace president, mind you, the FIFA Peace Prize president.
They were happy to call him that again.
DV8 said, "Well, my representative doesn't like what Trump has done." We need to look in. Send me a link of what your representative said, if you feel comfortable, because I would love to see like what Gavin Newsom and everyone is saying about that. Let's pull up Gavin Newsom's Twitter.
He basically said, "I'm built different." Like that was
God. I will.
And then everything he quoted was not regime change. Soleimani, bombing Iran, going into all these different areas. Everything he quoted that he has done in the past about what shows that he's good at doing stuff. None of them involved actually running a foreign country that you've occupied, actually rebuilding infrastructure, actually making sure that you can win hearts and minds, actually making sure that you can keep allies on side. None of that. He's just been drone striking people forever.
So I'm gonna ask you, and this is I'm gonna read you something from Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's a little long, so you can get a little water. And then I want your reaction in general, but I also want to ask you.
Okay, wait, hold on. Let's see what MTG said. Marjorie Titan Green. What did she say?
You're making me pick my Republicans? Oh.
Yeah. So Marjorie Taylor Greene, an hour ago, it was while the speaking was happening, said, "I served on the Homeland Security Committee for the past 3 years. I'm 100% for strong, safe, secure borders and stopping narco-terrorists and cartels from trafficking deadly drugs and human trafficking into America. Fentanyl is responsible for over 70% of U.S. drug overdose deaths, and fentanyl comes from Mexican cartels made with chemical precursors from China and trafficked across the U.S. border." Okay, just really quick. It does feel like she chat GPT'd this. Anyway, I'm going to continue. Mexican cartels are primarily and overwhelmingly responsible for killing Americans with deadly drugs. If U.S. military action and regime change in Venezuela was really about saving American lives from deadly drugs, then why hasn't the Trump administration
Wait. Sorry, I just thought of something. Marjorie Taylor Greene said drugs kill people. Why can't they apply the same logic to guns? You know, how come guns don't kill people? People kill people. But literally, Marjorie Taylor Greene said Mexican cartels killed Americans with drugs. Like, what the? Why can't we apply the same logic that it's these, it's people that are ODing, people that are overdosing, that are taking their own lives unintentionally, I'm sure. But like, how come we can say that as a country, guns don't kill people, people kill people. Someone has to pull that trigger someone else has to pull that trigger to kill someone else, right? But they're okay saying, oh yeah, someone who buys drugs, who willingly takes it, who, willingly saved money to buy those drugs, those people are getting killed and they're innocent they're getting killed by Mexican cartels. Fake. Marjorie Taylor Greene keeps disappointing me. When she came out against Trump, I was like, yeah, this is exactly what we need. We need more Republicans like this. But she was only doing it to save her own hide. She's only doing it to stay relevant. I'm sure she still is very much America first, which a lot of MAGA people still want and desire. And maybe that's why she's relevant. But man, she's like blaming Mexicans for the drug problem.
Mexican cartels. And if prosecuting narco-terrorists is a high priority, then why did President Trump pardon the former Honduran president, Juan Orlando Hernandez, who was convicted and sentenced for 45 years for trafficking hundreds of tons of cocaine into America? Ironically, cocaine is the same drug that Venezuela primarily traffics into the U.S. The next obvious observation is that by removing Maduro, this is a clear move for control over Venezuelan oil supplies that will ensure stability for the next obvious regime change war in Iran. And of course, why is it okay for America to militarily invade, bomb, and arrest a foreign leader, but Russia is evil for invading Ukraine and China is bad for aggression against Taiwan? Is it only okay if we do it? Also, Also, in brackets, I'm not endorsing Russia or China. Regime change. Regime change.
Nobody
Plunging
thought
toward
you were
wars and Americans'
MTG.
tax dollars being consistently funneled to foreign causes, foreigners both home and abroad, and foreign governments, while Americans are consistently facing increasing cost of living, housing, healthcare, and learn about scams and fraud for their tax dollars is what most Americans has most Americans enraged, especially the younger generations. Boomers and half of Gen X will cheer on neocon wars and talking points, but the other half of Gen X and majority on down see through it and hate it. Americans' disgust with our own government's never-ending military aggression and support for foreign wars is justified because we are forced to pay for it, and both parties, Republicans and Democrats, always keep the Washington military machine funded and going. This is what many in MAGA thought they voted to end. Boy, were we wrong. As for the baby boomers, as the baby boomers slip away both in votes, it's almost over. Votes and power, the electoral future will be decided for candidates that focus on American economic populism and promising prosperity for Americans only. As of right now, neither party is offering the solution.
Yep. That's why I'm saying I'm an American isolationist, because that's what I would say majority of Americans have been feeling.
I forgot she's retired in 2 days. So she's just like, whatever. Okay, I've worked at places where people start talking their mind during their last 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's a different person. It's a different person. It's a different person.
I don't give a shit. Yeah, no, okay, great. That's a great statement. That's an incredible statement with a lot of bullshit mixed in there. Because she also was dropped, like there was a little bit of her sprinkling in some, we should be afraid of these Somalis that are here. She was also her sprinkling in of, we should be invading Mexico, right? Like that whole what about at the beginning. It's really about fentanyl. Fentanyl comes over the Mexican border, then we should be invading Mexico. And even Trump, and actually I've seen a bunch of these different people trying to push.
Yeah.
He was talking about President Scheinbaum down in Mexico.
Yeah.
She doesn't actually run the country. It's actually being run by the cartels. And, we should be doing some things over there. Like there was some sprinkle in there of this. Like he literally was like, I'm doing this. So I can do, just so you know, I can do this everywhere. But here's the thing nobody's thinking about. Here's what the Adam Kinzingers of the world aren't thinking about. Here's what all these fuckers aren't thinking about. We can do 1 or 2 of these. We then are bogged down for 25 years, right? So, okay, you guys are going to threaten, you're going to do this, and then you're going to, then maybe we do something else in Iran, because probably, right? Probably, fuck it. So if we do, all right, then a third one pops up. You can't just you eventually run out of fingers to stick into the holes during your sinking ship. Like eventually you need help, and we're going to do this. We're doing this, number one, unilaterally again. Right. At least with Iraq, we had at least a couple fake allies on it.
Yeah, Tony Blair and
this has been a running
France helped
during
us.
the entire last season. This has been the thing,
The
like,
UN.
in the corner where,
This
like,
is just
very few people
100%
have actually
us
ever been
acting on our
interested in this
own.
thing, with the exception of the board of directors at Energy Transfer and Phillips Kanako, whatever they're called now. Like this is an oil war. Like I just every single thing he said up there was bullshit, with the exception of we are in the oil business. That is going to be the quote. The business.
So-
I think it was Calvin Coolidge said the business of America is business. The business of American government is business. We are in the oil business. That's
so
it.
if you're thinking of that, and I know that we were talking about Mexico, do you think because it is so oil focused that Mexico is just going to be there? Like he's not going to actually do anything there?
No, I think that we're going to see things progressively get out of control. I think things are going to progressively get out of control, and that we have a reactionary government. If you look historically at somebody like a Mussolini, Mussolini invaded Ethiopia, Mussolini invaded Libya. They all want to have, all these guys want to have their little colonies. They all want to feel like they're expanding the borders. They all want to feel like a big boy. The reason why Putin wanted Crimea is so that way he could feel like the czars of old, and the czars' big deal until they fell was constantly expanding the empire. All of these guys want to be, like the fact that Trump wasn't wearing epaulets and have the rope braid on his thing, like I'm sure he's probably sitting, when he was down in Mar-a-Lago, when he's away from the cameras, he probably got a whole Gaddafi kit he puts on in the corner with his gold toilet. Like we're just stuck in a fucking nightmare right now. I think, getting back to your point about Mexico.
Yes.
I think that would actually collapse too much.
Okay.
I think that literally these guys are counting on the trade between the actual North American trade. Isolationists need North American trade. They don't believe we need trade with Asia because they're idiots. They don't believe we need trade with Africa, with the exception of resource extraction. Same thing with South America. They just think we should go to those places, blow them up, and steal all their minerals.
Well, we have Ivan in the chat saying we need the oil. We're going to go into a recession if we don't have the oil, Alex.
Yeah, okay.
I appreciate you cutting yourself off and doing kid gloves, because I'm scared about what you're reading.
No, you know what? How about this, Ivan? You convinced me. I'm pro this war. You know what? Everybody in the chat, if you're under the age of 35 right now, it's your duty to go down to the strip mall next to the bait store where they still sell stolen fake Pokemon cards, and go into the store next door, which is the military recruiter. You go in there right now and you join the Army National Guard. And where's our National Guard need to be? Does it need to be inside the nation?
Nope.
Weirdly, yes. It also needs to be in fucking Venezuela, protecting oil infrastructure. Because the president said
National Guard needs to go protect oil infrastructure, just like how they did, I think, in Afghanistan.
Your schools still have asbestos in them. Sure, your hospitals are closing, but we
stolen
need
fake
to have
Pokemon cards.
roads
That's
in
the current
Venezuela
market
so we
right
can
now.
build pipelines so we can sell oil to Europe. so that way we can invade Iran.
Hey, he's gonna do it, and then in 2 years he's gonna be like, "I did it, nerd," and you'll be like,
I just want to know, when are we going to retake Constantinople? Right, that's what this all feels like.
Retake Constantinople?
This
What
ends
the?
up with we retake.
All right, I'm gonna do some. We're gonna do some super chats together. Jay Brock.
We're already going to invade Minnesota. Like, he didn't need it. Like, I mean, I'm going to be serious. Like to be really like I saw his base coming together around racism around Somalia, like for some fucking reason, and now they have to pivot, and now they have to go be mad at a totally different shade of people. Like, he can't make up his fucking mind. And like when I guarantee you, when they ask how are we going to pay for this, he's going to point to cutting daycare. Like, just keep that in mind, everybody.
Well, cutting the daycare. Oh my god. Okay, all right. I think I'm topped out with Philly D and Alex. So let's go to this Substack article from a notable conservative person. Forgot what his name was. Richard Hania. Deviate said, "I hate the double standard that Trump has compared to other presidents." Yes, it's real. It's real. The Trump gets off so easy. All right, so this guy, Richard Hania, is apparently super right-wing conservative, and he is making the case for regime change in Venezuela being a good thing. So let's get into it. Regime change in Venezuela is a good calculated risk. Today is the day to celebrate. Posted today, January 3rd, 2026. In accordance with my recommendations, Trump has gone down to Venezuela, seized Maduro and his wife, and brought them back to the U.S. to face charges. I heard my article found some fans in the administration, and although it is highly unlikely that this made the difference, I'm happy in the knowledge that there is at least a very small chance that by its marginal influence, my piece led to his fall. I mean, homie sounds a little bit, he's taking the credit for something that I don't know if he truly did, but, you know, whatever. Whatever you got to do, go off, queen, you know, whatever you need to do to pump yourself up in the morning. This was about as clean of an overthrow as one can imagine. As The Economist notes, a military operation that began in the middle of the night and concluded by sunrise had resulted in an extraordinary act of regime change. 1,000%. I don't disagree with that. It was extraordinary. I mean, I'm not saying, woo, I'm cheering and impressed by it. It's just, wow, I can't believe we could do this for an entire head of state, but we couldn't do that with Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden was hiding in tunnels and caves for the longest time. It took so many freaking years to get him. This certainly complicates my relationship with the Trump administration. I have pointed out to the appointment of RFK to lead HSS and previously unthinkable tariff levels to explain my disillusionment. But Trump does a lot of wild things, and this makes him a high variance president. He gave anti-vaxxers control over the public health establishment and also removed a socialist dictator. Damn. You know, just the two greatest things that Trump has done. You know, let anti-vaxxers run the human and health services, and then taken out Maduro. Not one president would have done either of these things, and the first is a threat. i.e. Reddit page, yeah, I'm sorry. The first is a threat to future medicine, while the second is a great act of heroism. I have chosen to live with the complexity rather than lie to myself in either direction. As a former non-interventionist, I find the arguments against regime change in this case to be quite unimpressive. First, there is a general appeal to unintended consequences. Yes, anything might have unintended consequences. There are also consequences to leaving a socialist dictator in power. Maduro is not your typical authoritarian. The IMF reports that Venezuela's GDP sank 75% over the last decade or so, which is particularly unheard of outside of wartime. There are dictators that are so bad, you just roll the dice and take your chances. Could you get something worse than what Venezuela has experienced? Sorry, for some reason, some comments don't show up for you, but a protest in Rancho today. Oh, yeah. I think I've heard some things. If you want to share the link, we can look at it together. I don't know. Maybe the person commenting, I don't know if they're subscribed or not, but they should subscribe. But every country in the region except Cuba has done better. Imagine Venezuela goes from the 2nd percentile of governance to the 25th percentile, and that would be a major improvement. We shouldn't completely discount the possibility that it ends up above the 50th percentile, which happens after regime change in Eastern Europe. This, of course, assumes Venezuela will have a government at all, and not just devolve into a brutal civil war, which might, in fact, be worse than the Maduro regime. Again, the odds here are low. Venezuela is not in Africa, doesn't have radical Islam as a factor, and has very recent history of democratic governance. See, this guy's an idiot. Very recent history. Venezuela was democratic. Most of Latin American countries have been, democratic or returned to democracy after, cutting their ties with Spain or Portugal, their colonial powers. Democracy was the only choice. Latin America followed its big brothers' footsteps, and the big brothers are, George Washington and Alexander Hamilton, and they made democracy the main thing. It's only been when these populist leaderships have come due to high inequality, high income inequality, that have led to the end of these democracies because, the resources are not being redistributed properly, or at least the people don't feel like it's fair in the way the oil money has been redistributed. Ugh. Marcella said, "I'm too shy to go to a protest, man. I'm so lame." No, it's okay. There's no shame in being shy going to protest. I mean, if it's just, Americans going out there and expressing their disdain for what Trump did last night, then that's great and should be something chill. I hope the protest in Rancho goes well today. I don't know if it's raining right now, but I think it might. We might still be having rain today. Of course, this assumes Venezuela will have a government at all and not just devolve into a brutal civil war. Oh, I already read that. Here's a picture of some of the fires and missile strikes that happened in Caracas. The idea that worries about what might come next should have stopped Trump from acting would argue against removing Maduro internally. Imagine a military commander was considering a coup against the now deposed dictator. The same argument based on unintended consequences would apply. One would then have to accept the idea that Maduro should rule forever. Yeah, that's not possible, though. Things don't necessarily change because it's the U.S. that makes the final decision rather than the local general. Since evil dictators get to rule forever because you're afraid of what might come next cannot be a principle, we have to accept that sometimes you need to roll the dice if things in poor authoritarian states are ever going to get better. This is one of those cases. One of the difference between a domestic coup and a foreign regime operation, of course, is the impact on international law. I do think that on the margin these things matter, but international law is not an absolute principle that automatically trumps all others. Yeah. If America set up international law, then it's basically America's law. The idea that socialist dictators who drive their countries into the ground have no legitimacy, to me, trumps the idea that nations shouldn't invade each other. Wow, so he's saying that if there's always going to be a socialist dictator that drives a country into the ground, we need to intervene. That's crazy. Who gets to decide which governments are legitimate and which aren't? I'd answer the person who hates socialist dictators. That guy gets to decide. Yeah, no. On Twitter, the journalist Gideon Rockman asks what happens now when China tries to seize the president of Taiwan or Putin goes after Zelensky. What exactly do we say? You can't do that. It's illegal? Yeah, no, we can't say that now. But we will. As many have pointed out in response, Russia did try to seize Zelensky. They were stopped through the use of force, not because they didn't want to violate international law. To the extent that Russians are restraining themselves in the war now. It is similarly due to fears of escalation. Yeah. See, that's the thing. It was a low risk, high reward situation for Trump. You know, if he messed up on, this operation, I forgot what it was called, but if he messed up on trying to capture Maduro, it would have just been like, oh, okay. Bay of Pigs happened again. We tried to take over we tried to remove this socialist dictator and we couldn't because, the people aren't ready for it. It wouldn't have been that bad. I don't think conservatives would have been going after Trump. Okay. Let me look that up, the Reddit page then. People split in Rancho on Venezuelans. All right, let me go to Reddit. Okay. 26 minutes ago, rally against Trump today, no war with Venezuela, 4 p.m. Foothill and Haven in Ranch Cucamonga. I think that's right by the city hall. Let's see. Oh, someone said the status of his comment section is just disheartening. Since when are average working people okay with sending U.S. troops to bomb civilians of a country that Congress has not declared war against? Hold on, I need to blow my nose real quick. Congress has not declared war against, who is not hostile, or is posing any kind of threat to the U.S., and kidnapping a leader in violation of all kinds of U.S. and international law. Working people don't like their sons and daughters getting sent to occupy foreign countries. We don't like wars for oil, and maybe I'm showing my age here, but one of the important things I learned when I was coming up was to question authority and the abuse of power and the way the narrative is controlled. Yes, big agree. Like a bunch of you claiming it's over. Are you serious? Do you think the Venezuelan people are going to take this lying down? Do you think the entire Venezuelan military is just going to stay home? Do you think the U.S. is going to be able to take control of the petroleum infrastructure without putting boots on the ground? Yes. I really do think they can take control of the oil extraction industry without having American boots on the ground. Do you think Trump has just opened a can of worms that will likely be turmoil for decades? Do you forget what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan? Do you really think he won't send your sons and daughters down there? And then they finish it by saying, are you fucking kidding me? Oh, I can't. Seriously, I'm about as conservative as it gets, at least on some things, but kidnapping a head of state is pretty outrageous. If the guy is a piece of shit. The most embarrassing part of this all was the pretext being a bunch of dumb hicks can't keep away from the heroin. Okay, if that's what you really think it is. No, I genuinely think that there is a drug problem in America. I don't necessarily, earlier I was saying, the whole guns don't kill people, people kill people argument. I do think that drugs do kill people. I do think that addiction is a real freaking thing, and I don't genuinely believe that it's individuals' faults for being addicted to narcotics, We just need to have more help available to them. We need to nationalize the medicine, nationalize rehabs. We could send every freaking person who's an addict to government-run rehab. It would be good for those people. It would bring more jobs for healthcare workers. Nationalizing medicine would be amazing. Have you seen the Happy Jubilee March going on in Venezuela? No, no one's happy about it. I wonder what they will do now that they can't blame communism for all their shortcomings. True, but it's a fresh start, at least a try without terror. It is not a fresh start, brother. LOL, it was done before you woke up this morning, doofus. There is no war. The Venezuelan leader was captured and transported to the U.S. to face drug trafficking charges. Unfortunately, that is the truth. Yeah. Oh, I keep trying to upvote these comments and I'm not logged in. Gonna party with Venezuelans instead. Peak liberal moment right now. What war? Protest these nuts. Any space for Venezuelans that are celebrating an actual dictator being taken down, or is this just for performative points on social media? Yeah. Well, there's plenty of Venezuelans partying in Miami. DV8 said, but those people would say no to nationalize even though they're the ones that complain the most about the drug problem. Yeah, because don't you know it's communism to nationalize things. It's capitalism if we have to pay more for everything. Damn, there's mean people making fun of cat ladies. That's terrible. In these comments. We aren't going to war with them. The president made it pretty clear that he's just going to take over and then build their infrastructure to take their oil. A lot of morons in this comment section. What happened to not wanting to start new wars? You MAGA Christians really let Trump do whatever the F you want, whatever he is, and y'all would still get on both knees and start sucking. Maduro was a piece of shit, but hilarious if you guys think United States did not cause any cause we actually give a damn about the people of Venezuela. If we gave a damn about the people of Venezuela, we would still have temporary protected status for Venezuelan immigrants. And it was literally JD Vance that was like, nope, we're getting rid of TPS. We're getting rid of these illegal aliens that were legalized by the wrong people. And it was literally just Joe Biden that was like continuing their continuing whatever. How many of them are bots? Yeah, I don't know. Well, let's see. Let's see. Top. This person, they might be a bot. No. Okay. But yeah. That's crazy. Hold on, let me log in so I can comment on this. I don't remember my password. I'm sorry. Okay, but yeah, thank you for sharing that, DV8. That's crazy. We'll have to see how more people feel about this, because I have a feeling that a lot of people that are not educated on Latin American politics are going to be spouting off both sides. You know, maybe later on we can look at TikTok and Indivisible Inland Empire and Cat Ladies for America Inland Empire. Those are the two groups that are running this. Here, let me put this in chat and then we can pin the comment. Cat Ladies for America, sick. Okay, here we go. Pin message. There we go. Now that message, yep, it's pinned to the top of the thing. So that way people can click on that and go check it out. Get this post some more traction. Okay, back to this crazy conservative guy and his justification for invading Venezuela. All right. The Zelensky example brings up another point, which is that the taboo on regime change is already a pretty weak one. We contrast this with the norm against using nuclear weapons, which is strong but has not been violated over decades. Nagasaki was the last time this happened. There's a good argument that breaking the nuclear taboo would unleash Pandora's box, which is why Putin suggested a few years ago that he might take up such a step in Ukraine were met by such overwhelming backlash that even Chinese warned him against it. The regime change taboo is flabby. Governments are deposed pretty often. Is it going to make that big of a difference for international norms if a foreign regime change operation has been undertaken, say, 13 times in the last 40 years instead of 12? Before Maduro was arrested, this was something that happened rarely, but was far from unthinkable. Today, the world has not changed all that much. The norm is approximately as strong as it was last week. This is a good argument against not doing regime change all the time. If we undertook 5 of them in 1 year, we could create a new reality in terms of international norms. But this is not what has happened here. Again, I have no idea what the future holds. Venezuela could have descended into unspeakable horrors by the time you read this, but we have to make the best judgment we can in the moment, and I simply reject the non-interventionist principle that fear of the unknown means evil regimes get to last forever. There is no hope without taking risk, and this is just one in particular that makes sense. Homie did not defend his argument at all. He just explained and was like bragging that he was right. Lame. Okay, let's why Venezuela is not Iraq. History says regime change can actually work. So apparently this dude is saying that his ideas were used to create the regime change in Venezuela. The Trump administration appears to be pushing for regime change in Venezuela. There have been reports of negotiations aimed at getting President Nicolas Maduro to step down, and the United States has made provocative military moves in the Caribbean, namely airstrikes against alleged drug traffickers from the country and this week's seizure of an oil tanker. The idea of potentially removing a government by force has naturally invoked parallels to Iraq. One might also make comparisons to Libya and Afghanistan, which both involved the United States overthrowing a dictatorship only to bring about years of civil war. It is often said that generals are always fighting the last war. We are prone to take principles learned from past mistakes and apply them in present, without realizing that we are facing a different set of circumstances. In this case, the possibility of regime change in Venezuela should not be understood as a reprise of what happened during the War on Terror and the Arab Spring. Instead of looking at the Middle East wars, we might learn better lessons from 2 invasions in the Western Hemisphere in recent decades that have worked out well. To understand why Venezuela is nothing like Iraq or Libya, we simply need to compare the political situation of each country. I swear to God, if he's like, they're different because one of them is Muslim, I'm going to lose my mind. The 2 Middle Eastern states had parliaments at one point, but nothing resembling deep democratic traditions. They were each they were in each case a dictatorship under the absolute control of one man who ruthlessly eliminated any potential challengers. Both Saddam Hussein and Muammar Gaddafi justified their rule in part by presenting themselves as bulwarks against Islamic extremism, which indeed flared up in both countries after they were gone. In Afghanistan, the Taliban were an authoritarian Islamist movement which the United States spent 2 decades fighting, only for them to end up ruling Afghanistan again. We are living in a period in which transitional jihadism draws fighters from across the world into global hotspots, making it difficult, if not impossible, for any force to establish a new order. Venezuela, by contrast, was considered a flawed democracy until the late 1990s. Then it shifted into what political scientists called competitive authoritarianism, in which elections were somewhat competitive, but the playing field became heavily skewed by state-controlled media, institutions, and resources. Not until Maduro did we see a full-fledged dictatorship. The watershed moment was in 2017 when the Supreme Court, stacked with Maduro loyalists, stripped the opposition-controlled National Assembly of its powers. Nonetheless, elections still took place, and it is widely believed that Maduro lost to challenger Edmundo Gonzalez in the 2024 presidential race. Afterward, protests that killed dozens led to thousands of arrests erupted across the country. Such things would have been impossible to imagine in Iraq, Afghanistan, or Libya before American intervention. The Venezuelan people have real democratic institutions, albeit now heavily eroded ones, and a history of free and fair elections and protections from civil liberties, protections for civil liberties like freedom of speech. They also have shown willingness to mobilize against their current regime and fight for something better. That is true. In Venezuela, there is no reason to worry about Islamic extremists. I knew it. Conflicts are much harder to resolve when religious fundamentalism heavily influences politics. I wonder if that is happening in America with, Christianity. Why can't we come to a freaking decision on a woman's right to choose what to do with her body? Because we have this, it's so hard to resolve because we have religious fundamentalists heavily influencing politics. Okay, sorry, that was a sidetrack there, but goddamn. Venezuelans have nothing like the Sunni-Shia split of Iraq, nor is any significant segment of the population willing to fight or die for the promise of a better life. This means that we can expect post-Maduro politics in Venezuela to be less complicated and violent than post-Saddam Iraq. For these reasons, Middle East regime change wars are not analogous to the current situation in Venezuela. Are there positive examples we can point to instead? Although they are little remembered today, the United States engaged in 2 regime wars in Latin America in the 1980s that worked out well for both American interest and the well-being of the people of that country. The first was the 1983 invasion of Grenada. A Marxist military junta had seized power in the on the Caribbean island in 1979, aligned itself with Cuba and the Soviet bloc, and then imploded in an internal power struggle in October 1983, when the Prime Minister and several of his supporters were executed. The United States, together with a coalition of nearby Caribbean democracies, launched Operation Urgent Fury on October 25th, 1983, quickly overthrowing the junta and restoring the authority of the British-appointed Governor General. In December 1984, Grenada held its first competitive election since 1970, returning a civilian government to power. Since that time, Grenada has remained a stable democracy and is now upper middle income I don't know about that. Open to global capitalism rather than closed off and suffering like Cuba, the old Marxist regime's ally. Oh, that's it? That's all he had to say? He didn't lay down any groundwork for how to invade. Venezuela. What a freaking loser, bro. What a loser. I'm sorry. I'm glad we read that so we know where some of the right is thinking, but man, boring.
That is the reason why Trump actually arrived at this conclusion, and not because he just looked at the situation and realized, yeah, why can't we just steal this shit and openly say it? Why would it be more likely that Trump was influenced by leftist takes about history of violent imperial exploitation rather than by history itself? The idea that the right has to get ideas like, what if we take resources from other countries by force from leftist takes is so absurd that you'd have to be seriously deranged to think it. Anyway. Law, I like Assam, but I just think it's objectively good to remove Maduro and stabilize Venezuela. Brother, there is no stabilization of Venezuela that is coming. This is the problem. And I gave you a million examples of how that stabilization never comes after American intervention, specifically violent American intervention. And you just chose to say, lol, cope. Or maybe that was another chatter I was responding to. What are you looking for? Yeah, it's outside.
Oh no, not Hassan speaking Turkish.
That's it. So you have to ask yourself why you're engaging in the cope, okay? Not me. You have to ask yourself why you are personally engaging in this cope to immediately rush to try and defend the Trump administration. Even if for some reason you like Machado and the opposition, well, yeah, who would ever do that, by the way? I don't even know. But let's say you like Machado. Trump said fuck them, and Marco and Pete are in charge of Venezuela. Exactly.
So Marco Rubio is going to be the viceroy of Venezuela.
Does no one care about international law?
No one cares about international law.
No one cares.
Global Affairs correspondent Martha Raddatz and ABC News contributor retired Colonel Steve Ganyard. Good morning to you both. Thanks for joining us. Martha, I do want to start with you. I know you've been talking to your sources this morning. What more are you learning about how this operation was carried out?
Well, Whit, I think we have to go back to just those scenes in Caracas with U.S. helicopters, Chinook helicopters, and attack helicopters.
Oh, bro, yeah, let's see some of that footage.
Over the city, those explosions, likely at airfields and military facilities, and Delta Force, that elite Delta Force going in.
So it was Delta Force, not SEAL Team 6?
And his wife in the dead of night. You can imagine they.
In academic international relations, I get the realist idea that there's basically nothing but forceful states and the international order is inherently anarchy. And I get the liberal idea that the international order is based on contracts and agreements and that appeals can be made on the basis of shared rules, trade, etc. But in reality, there's an even intra-sentence switch between one register and another to justify any and every action. Yes, the liberal approach here around global established order is just a justification for the actual way that this works, which is might is right. That's it. It's always might is right, up and down, and it's always been that way, okay? And Donald Trump is not doing the second thing. And that's why it's so funny, because, like, it's almost like he's gift wrapping my argument for me. But because people have gotten dumber and dumber in some ways, they don't even care that Donald Trump is just openly being like, Donald Trump could come out tomorrow and literally be like, I'm doing this for the oil companies, stupid. It's not going to help you at all. This is actually so that they make more money. They're my best friends. We do pedophilia together, okay? Americans will still be like, well, it's all right. My president, he's still trying to do this for democracy, I think.
I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. I'll be back.
I don't know what to say to people that just want to be... I don't know what to say to people that want to hear this lullaby, okay? I don't know. I can only keep repeating the truth over and over again. And Trump, in many ways, does make this a lot easier for me because he says it out loud. And if you still can't fucking shake yourself from the stupor and you still find yourself desperately grasping on to ridiculous notions such as establishing democracy in Venezuela at a time when Trump is not even invested in establishing democracy in the United States of America, okay, then good luck, I guess. You're never going to fucking wake up.
Were probably asleep, and how this operation was carried out exactly, we do not know. They were clearly well prepared. They knew exactly where to find Maduro and his wife. We are told by sources that the CIA had perfect intelligence as to where they were, and that clearly was the case since they did capture them. We also don't know whether others were involved on the ground, whether the CIA perhaps had assets, whether he called in and said, I'm going to surrender. We do not know those details at this point, but Delta Force had a successful mission. They went in, they grabbed Maduro. Whether he surrendered or not, we do not know, but it certainly did seem a great surprise. And with those military assets, it tells you that Maduro did not know what was coming, and he was flown out of the country. I think it's highly unlikely there are still forces on the ground. Generally, these missions are done, and the Delta Force and the others are out of there. But those scenes from Caracas and those explosions and the smoke rising from that city are remarkable indeed, Whit.
Yes, they are, absolutely. Let's bring in Colonel Steve Ganyard. And Steve, President Maduro, as we noted there, and his wife both captured. Where could they be taken, and what happens next?
Yeah, Whit, probably, you saw in the video there, you saw those special operations helicopters, so they probably would have put them on one of the special operations, the Army Delta Force helicopters, and flown.
Why is this woman gushing over this shit? Because they all do, bro.
It's war, and everyone loves to hear about war.
Of the otherwise supposedly liberal mainstream media, they love this shit. I'm reminded of the first bombing campaign that Trump did in 2016 when media was like way more anti-Trump, and they were like, this is the first moment that Trump has become presidential. They love that, dude. They fucking love war. They love it. They can't get enough of it. They're like, oh my God, please do more illegal actions. I fucking, I have unlimited appetite.
No.
Unlimited appetite for bloodlust.
Yep.
Him offshore. Now, whether they had enough gas
Oh my
to
God,
get all the way
Hassan's
out to
drinking
where the USS Ford,
Essentia.
the aircraft carrier is, that's a question. But from the Ford, they can fly him all the way to the United States, perhaps stopping in Roosevelt Roads in Puerto Rico, where the U.S. buildup has been most apparent. But right now, it becomes a law enforcement issue, and he will be tried based on those the indictment back in 2020.
Like, this is already off of a completely faulty premise that was established here. And the completely faulty premise that was established here is like whether there is any serious law enforcement taking place. Notice how they've moved beyond it, where they're like, well, you know, this is a you know, act of law enforcement or whatever. Bitch, what do you mean an act of law enforcement? Like, this is literally, law enforcement needs to be apprehending us. If there was any sort of like serious international organ of justice, they would be apprehending us. They would be like, excuse me, we need to prosecute you for this severe war crime that you just did. This is illegal under American law. This is illegal according to the American Constitution. This is illegal according to international rules. It's fucked up by every metric. Okay?
So this may be, as Secretary Rubio said, this may be the end of the military action or what was necessary. No doubt the U.S. will keep the forces offshore to make sure that probably the next step is going to be free and fair elections. Remember that one of the opposition leaders was just awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in Oslo, and so the hope here is that the Venezuelan...
I'm sure there's fabrication. Oh my God, he's literally, but to suggest there's no major drug activity in Venezuela of all countries seems asinine to me. Brother, what you are doing currently is no different than what you got called out for earlier. You're making shit up. Okay? So at a certain point, you got to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and think internally, why am I so aggressively defending this action? Okay, if they did this to BB, would you support it? Fuck yes, would I support it? Are you fucking insane?
Yeah,
Benjamin
no, we did
Netanyahu is literally
tactical.
an indicted war criminal for doing a fucking genocide. Are you stupid? What is the fucking comparison here? Do you just think anyone that America decides is bad is the equivalent of Benjamin fucking Netanyahu? Are you that brain dead? Are you looking for a hypocrisy gotcha that hard that you can't comprehend that there is a difference? Well, that's also my take then. Maduro isn't as bad, but he's still very bad. Oh, my Lord, that's not your take. Your take is there's probably drug deals happening. There's also a good argument to be made about resource extraction from Venezuela.
Yeah.
No, that's not your fucking argument. That's the argument that you have basically positioned yourself into because you got backed into a goddamn
cook
corner.
'em.
And even that argument doesn't stand on any fucking legs whatsoever because there is no comparison between an internationally indicted war criminal that is conducting a genocide and fucking America's foreign adversary that we don't like. You can't just say, oh, these guys are bad, so they deserve to be fucking kidnapped. That's not how this works. Okay? You could have at least used it for Vladimir Putin or something, and that would have been at least a little bit more reasonable, but you chose to defend this one. Okay? And even with Vladimir Putin, obviously, he has fucking nukes. So America's not going to do shit. Oh my God. It's like comparing someone being prosecuted for jaywalking to a mass murderer. What are you talking about? Or like fucking assault.
Venezuelan people could actually have an elected leader.
And Martha, a foreign leader captured, flown out of the country. Just how unprecedented is an operation like this from the U.S. perspective?
Well, I think we remember back to 1990 in Panama. Manuel Noriega was taken
the greatest political
by
mind
US
of our
troops. That
time.
was an
Trump won't go into Venezuela. I said Trump won't invade Venezuela, and I was wrong.
Yeah.
Even though he technically
I
hasn't
knew.
invaded, he did a special
He
military
knew.
operation.
He invaded.
Okay. I'm done making predictions about invasions. Okay.
Of Panama,
We're
however,
done.
and
It's
Manuel
over.
Noriega was not ever really the elected president. He was a military dictator. He eventually surrendered. He went to the embassy.
This is not once, but the second time where I have assumed that someone would not be an absolute fucking psycho. Another right-wing psychopath who I thought would have at least follow, I don't know, logic or reason. Nope.
See, the Holy
Yeah, Trump won't invade Israel is what I'm saying next. Trump will not invade Israel.
The embassy, the Vatican embassy, and hid out there for about 10 days before he surrendered. I also want to bring up Juan Hernandez, who was in Honduras, and he was convicted of drug trafficking. In fact, the Justice Department said he was at the center of the largest and most violent drug trafficking conspiracy in the world.
No, I don't
helping to
think
bring
so.
400 tons of cocaine into the U.S. He was recently given a full pardon at the end of November by President Trump. So we have that convicted criminal who was released by President Trump, and now overnight, this arrest and capture of Venezuela's president.
Yeah, we've seen a number of people pointing out that contradiction. And Steve, the Trump administration also has accused Maduro himself of narco-terrorism. Why then has there been this recent escalation?
You were wrong from the start. CIA was already there in 2025, so that was a dumb prediction from the get-go. No, dumbass. I know that the CIA was there. What the fuck are you talking about? Donald Trump literally admitted to bombing Venezuela already, like Venezuelan landmass. There's a difference between that and what I was talking about, which was like Iraq-style shock and awe, boots-on-the-ground military warfare, which it hasn't gotten to at this point yet, but it very well could. So if you want to be serious about the thing that I'm talking about, that's what I mean. But to be fair, I did not think that they would also be insane enough to go in and do a kidnapping of the fucking head of state. Yes, that chatter is right. Yes, last year, the CIA was already inside of Venezuela, as Trump openly admitted. And not only that, but they also blew up I don't know if it was a refiner or not. They blew up something on Venezuelan soil already, which the Venezuelan government was trying to hide. And then the Trump administration, well, not even the Trump administration, but Trump basically admitted it on a fucking phone call.
With Venezuela.
Well, the Trump administration has an idea that they call the Trump corollary, and that is an extension of the old Monroe Doctrine. That is a re-emphasis on security in the Western Hemisphere. And so The White House sees Venezuela as the source of many problems, not only in South America, not only in the Western Hemisphere, but around the world because of their connections to Hezbollah, to the oil that gets shipped offshore and helps keep the Russian war machine going in Ukraine. And so, given the connection between drugs and illicit oil transfers, the administration says now is the time to stop this, because the next step is where does the Cuban...
Dude, the media is fucking going crazy over this shit. I'm telling you right now, it is... I mean, look, liberal outlets are saying this is a good thing. Obviously, every right-wing reactionary is saying this is an incredible thing. And you know, I guess some Democrats are pushing back, like some Democratic leadership is pushing back a little bit. But not really all that much. Like, oh, here's Graham Plattner's statement for Maduro's kidnapping.
Bro, what did Graham Plattner say?
Invaded a foreign country and kidnapped his leader. This is what happened in Venezuela today. This is not foreign policy. It's international gangsterism. There are going to be a lot of people on, frankly, both sides of the aisle trying to convince us that this was somehow justified. It isn't. Our behavior against Venezuela over the last few months has been illegal. None of it has been authorized by Congress. None of it is being done in accordance with international law. Just 1 month ago, there was a vote in the Senate that would have required congressional input on any military action against Venezuela. It got voted down 49-51 because Susan Collins cast the deciding vote against a resolution that would have blocked President Trump's illegal actions today. So in the coming weeks and months, wherever this goes, just understand that this is a failure of the American political system. It's an absolute failure of our government and another crack in our fragile democracy. We are allowing an out-of-control rogue government to invade countries and kidnap their leaders. And Republicans in the House and Senate are doing nothing to stop it. Holy fuck, this is... God damn it. Why did it have to be Graham Plattner? I mean, this is damn near perfect. Actually, not even damn near perfect. I'm going to be honest. This is a perfect statement. This is a perfect statement. From Iraq to Venezuela, you can count on Susan Collins to continue to enable illegal foreign wars. And we need to all turn out in opposition to this egregious failure and our government to stop it. We have a lawless administration. Deploying American military to kidnap foreign leaders and a Senate that refuses to do anything about it. This may soon breed chaos on a scale we can only imagine. At least the last time the United States went to war over oil, they sent the Secretary of State to lie to lawmakers and sought congressional approval first. This is not the behavior of a government that cares about the American people. This is the Trump administration lashing out with military force because Republicans are afraid that its domestic failures are going to result in political failure in the 2026 midterms. Yeah, not only that, not only is it a perfect statement, none of this like, well, Maduro is a bad guy and I hate him and he is worthy of being owned or whatever. But also on top of that, it just straight up ties it back to Susan Collins. It ties it back to like the power of your vote. Because it directly just says unconditionally that the false framing that the Republicans are half-heartedly leaning into is just false. And it's good that people are saying it. You know? It's good that someone is saying it. His Blackwater brain chip must be malfunctioning. Yeah. Anyway. Is CGTN a trustable news? I mean, it's a fucking Chinese state broadcaster. I was on it. You know, state broadcasters are going to be good on international news, but bad on domestic affairs. It's the same as like Al Jazeera. Or I guess Al Jazeera is a little bit better than BBC on international news, let's be real, or at least Middle Eastern affairs, but...
Yeah. Okay, I want to watch this video.
En este mismo lugar huele a... Ayer estuvo el diablo aquí.
So I swear.
En este mismo lugar huele a azufre todavía. Esta mesa donde me ha tocado hablar. Ayer señoras, señores, desde esta misma tribuna, el señor presidente de los Estados Unidos, a quien yo llamo el diablo, vino aquí hablando como dueño del mundo. ¿Qué modelo de democracia es ese el que se impone a punta de marines, de invasiones, de agresiones y de bombas? A donde quiera que él mira ve extremistas. Yo estoy seguro que te ve a ti, hermano, con ese color y cree que eres un extremista. Con este color, Evo Morales, que vino ayer, el digno presidente de la Bolivia, es un extremista. No, no es que somos extremistas. Lo que pasa es que el mundo está despertando y por todos lados insurgimos los pueblos. El señor presidente vino a hablarle, así lo dijo, hoy quiero hablarles directamente a las poblaciones del Oriente Medio. Mi país desea la paz. Esto es cierto. Si nosotros nos vamos por las calles del Bronx, si nosotros nos vamos por las calles de Nueva York, de Washington, de San Diego, de California, de cualquier ciudad, de San Antonio.
Look, there's Maduro right there
de
sitting,
San Francisco, y
listening.
le preguntamos a la gente en las calles, a los ciudadanos estadounidenses, este país quiere la paz.
Last time Chavez...
La diferencia está en que el gobierno de este país, de Estados Unidos, no quiere la paz. Quiere imponernos su modelo de explotación y de saqueo y su hegemonía a punta de guerras. Quiere la paz. ¿Y qué está pasando en Irak? ¿Y qué ha pasado en el Líbano? Y en Palestina. ¿Y qué ha pasado en 100 años, pues? En América Latina y en el mundo. Y ahora las amenazas contra Venezuela, nuevas amenazas contra Venezuela, nuevas amenazas contra Irán. ¿Qué le dirían esos pueblos a él? Si esos pueblos pudieran hablar, ¿qué le dirían? Yo se los voy a recoger porque conozco la mayor parte del alma de esos pueblos, los pueblos del sur, los pueblos atropellados. Dirían, Imperio Yankee, go home.
Imperial Yankee, go home. Okay, we're gonna end the stream in a couple of minutes. I just wanted to leave with some little bit of laughs. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay, DVA. I think we're winding down now. We're gonna end it up. But here's a classic video around the same time that Hugo Chavez was just shocking. But yeah, listen to this.
Was at the United Nations. He called President Bush the devil and said the podium smelled like sulfur after President Bush spoke from that same podium. But today it was totally different. Chavez praised President Obama and said the smell of sulfur was replaced by the smell of hope. A Fox producer caught up to President Chavez. Apparently Chavez doesn't like Fox too much.
One quick question. Many people are very confused about your friendship with President Ahmadinejad because he denies the Holocaust, one of the horrors of the 20th century, and his forces were seen killing people on the streets of Tehran and other places after the election. Can you explain your friendship with him so that people understand what you're doing?
La gente no entiende porque usted es amigo de un señor como el señor Ahmadinejad.
¿Tú de dónde eres?
Where do you come from?
I work for Fox News.
Para la Fox News, presidente. Fox.
He said, no.
Me río de Fox News.
I love when I see people from
¿Sabe cómo lo llamó Sean Penn? Sean Penn.
Sean
Penn dijo los estúpidos de Fox News.
The stupid people from Fox News. That's the way they call
you.
You, of course, not you. Of course not. Fox News.
Tu pregunta, tu elaboración es artificiosa.
Is artificial.
Tu mente tiene ahí
Your
confusiones.
Mind has many confusions.
Veneno.
Yesterday we heard Ahmadinejad again deny the Holocaust.
Una vez más, Ahmadinejad negó el
Fox is goofy. Fox has always been goofy.
Él mismo lo repitió ayer.
And sir, we saw the pictures coming from Iran.
Vimos las imágenes de Irán, cómo mataban a la gente en las calles de Irán. Yo creo que mi mente está bien.
¿Y tú no has visto las imágenes de Irak? Cómo matan los soldados yanquis a los niños. ¿Tú has visto eso? ¿Tú has visto? Y tu canal de televisión lo que hizo fue tapar ese crimen. Y tú no dices nada del presidente que tuviste tuviste, que es un genocida George Bush, ustedes lo apoyaron.
Damn, the
Están
translator
criticando a
cannot
Bush,
keep up.
están criticando a Obama porque es negro. Entonces tu mente está llena de veneno. Está llena de veneno. Ustedes no dijeron nada de los asesinatos en Irak y en Afganistán y en América Latina y el genocidio de los indios de América Latina y el genocidio de los indios de aquí, de Estados Unidos. ¿Dónde está? Ustedes lo ocultan. Digan la verdad al mundo. Yo soy amigo de mis amigos, más nada.
If you could answer my question.
He just saluted out. He said, F you, Fox News. I'm out. Out. All right, everyone. It's been a great day. Things are... I'm hopeful for Venezuela. I am hopeful for the world. So yeah, just stay safe, everyone. Enjoy your weekend. And have a good one. Take care, everyone.